Chapter 587. However, at this time, everyone knew that the two young men who were about the same age were definitely the top of the younger generation. Even Gongsun Bao, the number one person among the younger generation in Fertile Field City, could not compare to these two young men. The battle between these two youths was probably enough to broaden everyone's horizons. On the square, the two youths looked at each other. Two surging auras slowly spread out. Both of their auras were overbearing. As the auras within their bodies fluctuated, the temperature around the square began to become abnormally cold, causing people to shiver uncontrollably. Today, I will pay back everything that happened back then. As Guyu's cold words fell, his aura fluctuated, causing the surrounding space to solidify. His handsome face turned completely cold. Today he was going to get back at Tianwu Academy for the humiliation he had suffered back then. You are still not enough. Du Xiaofu looked at Guyu and said coldly. He knew that there was no way out today, and he could only fight. There were experts from the Divine Light Court and the Gongsun family. Even the Morong family would not be able to withstand them. Therefore, Du Xiaofu knew that he could only fight. If he did not fight, he would appear to be a coward. His resolute face darkened slightly, and a chill slowly surged in his clear, pitch-black eyes. Hearing Du Xiaofu's disdainful tone and disapproving gaze, Guyu's face became more and more sinister. A chill flashed in his eyes, and his aura fluctuated, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate. He slowly walked towards Du Xiaofu and said softly, "Whether it is enough or not, you will know soon. Today, I will tell you that your victory last time was only due to luck. But now, what right do you have to fight with me?" As Guyu walked out step by step, waves of majestic aura accompanied by rolling thunder and lightning surged out from his body like a volcano. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a majestic aura swept across the sky of the square. Haha! Because I have already stepped into the Martial King realm and reached the peak of the Martial King realm. I am only one step away from the mysterious level of the Martial King realm. You and I are getting further and further apart. Guyu's peak Martial King realm aura swept out. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The vast aura caused the spectators in the square to tremble violently. That overbearing and destructive aura caused people to tremble in fear. Heavens, he has already reached the peak of the Martial King realm. That handsome young man is only 18 or 19 years old. Outstanding talent, that young man is at least an outstanding talent. Can that purple-robed youth still fight back? Everyone was astonished. An 18 or 19-year-old Martial King. What kind of talent was that? It was enough to make him a genius. Oh no, that's a Martial King talent. Looking at the commotion caused by Guyu, Morong Hanlin, Morong Hankan, and the other experts of the Morong family immediately became worried. Can that fool defeat that guy from the Divine Light Court? Morong Xiang, or his delicate hands clenched into fists again. Martial King realm. Du Xiaofu looked at Guyu in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a cold arc. He sneered faintly. Martial King realm, who knew how many he had dealt with. Kid, today I will repay you tenfold. I will let you know that you will never be able to compare with me. Guyu sneered. As his voice fell, his palm suddenly stretched out, as if it was drawing out countless lightning bolts in front of his palm. Streaks of lightning bolts condensed in Guyu's palm and turned into a lightning claw. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his figure swept into the air. The lightning claw wreaked havoc and directly seized Du Xiaofu. Crackle! The lightning claw swept across the sky. At this time, when Guyu used it, it almost tore apart a large area of space. At this moment, if an ordinary Martial King realm expert was caught by Guyu's claw, it would be enough to turn them into ashes. The power spread out, causing everyone to tremble. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the lightning claw sweeping over. He sneered and waved his hand slightly. He did not have the slightest intention of dodging. His fist was wrapped in golden runes and fiercely streaked across the air, and then directly collided with Gu Yu's claw. Bang! The claw and fist collided. Faint golden chi and lightning radiance shot out in all directions. The runes in the air shattered, and the terrifying energy shook the square violently. Thump, thump! Just as everyone was sucking in a breath of cold air and worrying about Du Xiaofu, they saw Guyu, who was in the air, being forced back several steps. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu's body only swayed slightly. However, the cracks on the ground beneath his feet continued to spread. What a strong power! When Guyu stabilized his body, his face slightly changed. From Du Xiaofu's fist, the tyrannical power caused his palm to feel numb. After that, Guyu sneered. It seemed that he was just testing the waters. His figure flashed, and like a ghost, he swept towards Du Xiaofu. The lightning aura in his hand wreaked havoc, like lightning snakes condensing in the surroundings. A palm strike was extremely tricky as it slammed towards the vital point on Du Xiaofu's head. Rippling, carefree steps. Du Xiaofu's feet moved when he saw the former's palm imprint rushing over. His body drifted like a deity, changing unpredictably. Under the fist imprint, it appeared to be extremely dangerous, but he suddenly managed to escape. Coldness flashed once more on Guyu's face when he saw Du Xiaofu dodge, and he waved his hand, causing an expanse of flickering lightning glows in midair to condense into an expanse of talisman markings that shot explosively towards Du Xiaofu. Everywhere it passed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, causing one's heart to palpitate. Whoosh! However, just as the lightning bolt appeared in front of Du Xiaofu sent out a golden palm strike, directly shattering the lightning bolt. It turned into countless flashes of lightning, like countless lightning snakes. In the end, all of them actually drilled into Du Xiaofu's palm and disappeared. Guyu originally wanted to use this move to trick Du Xiaofu. If an ordinary person was tricked, their ending would definitely not be good. However, after that, Guyu saw that the countless lightning snake-like rays of lightning surged into Du Xiaofu's palm, as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but be greatly astonished. However, in a short period of time, he once again condensed a mighty attack that swept towards Du Xiaofu. Whoosh! As the two of them exchanged blows, the sky above the plaza had already surged. Golden, profound energy radiance and lightning runes wreaked havoc. Everyone in the surroundings held their breaths as they watched, their hearts trembling in fear. Bang, bang! The two of them exchanged blows in midair, and for a moment they seemed to be evenly matched. Dazzling runes flickered, and energy swept out, shaking the plaza and causing the air to rumble. Gu Yu's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, and his aura became fiercer and fiercer. Du Xiaofu's attacks seemed simple, but they were direct and powerful as they swept away his opponent's attacks. Judging from the current situation, this was definitely a peak-level battle that had never appeared in the entire fertile field city. The cultivation strength of the two young men could be counted with one's fingers. Many people already knew that Guyu's cultivation was at the peak of the martial king realm. However, at this moment, the purple-robed young man was actually able to withstand his attacks. Everyone was amazed, and the people of the Morong family were even more shocked. The battle in the plaza made the younger generation of the entire fertile field city speechless. Murong Shirue, Murong Qinjun, Gong Sunning, and the others were all shocked as they watched. The confidence and arrogance in their hearts instantly disappeared. The battle between the two of them could be said to be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger, causing everyone to be inexplicably shocked. Rumble! The ground of the plaza continued to crack as the two of them collided. The dazzling runes were dazzling, as if they were going to drown the heavens and the earth. These two young men were simply terrifyingly powerful, ridiculously powerful. On the high platform, the eyes of the experts from the three great families trembled. The two young men were too powerful. At such a young age, They already had the momentum to swallow mountains and rivers. They could be called geniuses, and one day, their names would be known throughout the entire middle region. In the battle circle, Guyu's face became more and more unsightly as he fought. It seemed that everything was different from what he had imagined. Du Xiaofu was actually able to contend with him continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, Guyu's face turned cold, and dazzling lightning surged around his body. The lightning flashed with a sizzling sound, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. An indescribable fluctuation appeared in the space, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. Divine thunderstorm. Guyu roared. He condensed a fist and threw it out. Lightning rumbled on his fist, and low explosive sounds continuously resounded in the air, causing the space to tremble violently. It was as if the space itself was about to be blasted apart by this terrifying fist. The terrifying fist was thrown out, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It carried a vast and terrifying aura as it rapidly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's entire body seemed to be sluggish. His gaze was tightly fixed on Guyu's fist, as if he had suddenly become stupid. His gaze was tightly fixed on Guyu's fist, and he did not move at all. Boom! All of this happened too quickly. It was so quick that the spectators in the surrounding plaza had just revealed shocked gazes when the lightning fist, which was covered in lightning, directly landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. Suddenly, lightning overflowed in all directions, and Du Xiaofu's body was directly sent flying, violently smashing into the ground of the plaza. Numerous gullies immediately appeared on the hard ground of the plaza. Gravel shot in all directions, and dust filled the air. The entire plaza was in a mess. Gravel shot out, and cracks spread on the ground. In the next moment, they wrapped around Du Xiaofu, who had just smashed into the ground. Rumble, a low muffled sound rang out like thunder, causing the earth to shake. Countless gravel shot out from the dust, causing chaos and causing the gazes of the crowd to change greatly. Chapter 588. Originally, many people thought that there would be an astonishing battle between the two of them that would last for a long time. But now, they didn't expect that the purple-robed young man would end up like this after being punched by the handsome young man. Many people in the square and on the high platform were shocked. Guyu's fist was clearly extraordinary. This was especially so for the many experts on the high platform. They clearly knew that an ordinary martial king stage mysterious level cultivator would be unable to defend against such a powerful attack. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had been directly hit by it. So what if you have some ability? You're still not a match for others. Fortunately, we didn't use the Morong family as a wager. On the high platform, Morong Qinjuan's face was pale and gloomy. It's best if you're killed directly. On the high platform of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Bao sneered. Everyone in the Gongsun family was smiling at this moment. Idiot, will you be okay? Please don't let anything happen to you. Murong Xiang, Oi's delicate face, was nervous as she stared at the square with her pure eyes. Murong Honkin frowned slightly as he stared at the square. Murong Hanlin, who was beside him, looked at Murong Hankin's frown and said softly, "Don't worry. If I'm not wrong, little brother Du Xiaofu just had an accident. He should be fine. If he can still stand up, then the people of the Divine Light Court will lose." Hearing this, Murong Han seemed to be quite surprised. Big brother rarely praised others, and he had never even praised Murong Xiao Rue. He didn't expect that Du Xiaofu, whom he was unfamiliar with, would be so confident. As Murong Hanlin's voice fell, the scattered stones in the square fell and the dust dissipated, gradually revealing the square. Finally, under the numerous gazes from the surroundings, he first saw Guyu, who was quietly standing at this moment. At this moment, Guyu's body was surrounded by faint lightning. His aura was domineering and powerful. He was unusually handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Immediately, many girls in the square screamed fanatically. Guyu was completely unconcerned with the wild cries of the young ladies around him. His gaze was currently focused intently on the pile of rock fragments that Du Xiaofu had been smashed into just like everyone else. A cold glint flickered within his eyes. He hoped that he would be able to directly kill Du Xiaofu. However, Gu Yu's heart was actually quite strange at this moment. Du Xiaofu seemed to have suddenly become a fool. This caused him to be unable to understand, even after much thought. Who would think of other things when facing a strong enemy? Gu Yu's plan to kill Du Xiaofu, but it seemed that this wish did not come true. Under the gazes of the crowd, the pile of rubble began to shake. Then the dust moved, and a figure broke out from the rubble. When he saw the figure breaking out of the ground, Gu Yu's eyes twitched with hatred. Under the gaze of countless people, the purple-robed figure, who had just been smashed into the pile of stones, climbed out again at this moment. His body was flashing with lightning, but he was unscathed. This scene stunned everyone. At this moment, as Du Xiaofu walked out with a smile in his eyes, the lightning around him flickered from time to time. It seemed that something was different for no reason. He's fine. He seems to be completely fine. Morong Henin was stunned. His eyes flickered, and it took him a while to recover from the shock. Morong Han Kan could clearly feel the strength of the young man from the Divine Light Court. Even a martial King Realm expert would find it difficult to withstand that punch when he was completely defenseless. But now Du Xiaofu was unscathed. How powerful was he? He was simply abnormal. As Du Xiaofu stood up again, the smiles on the faces of the people from the Gongsun family suddenly froze. The sneers on the faces of Morong Qinjun, Gongsun Bao, and the others also froze. Looking at the unscathed Du Xiaofu, the whole place fell silent. I see. I understand. At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not care about anyone's gaze at all. He kept muttering to himself with a slight smile on his face, looking extremely excited. You're quite capable. I didn't expect you to survive, Gu Yu said in a deep voice, his face extremely gloomy. He did not expect Du Xiaofu to be completely fine after withstanding his divine thunderstorm. You want to kill me? I'm afraid it's not enough. Du Xiaofu raised his head. Only now did he regain his senses. He did not use his full strength just now, and was just accompanying Gu Yu in the fight. During the fight, Du Xiaofu's only goal was to let Gu Yu use the divine thunderstorm. He wanted to see the reason why he could not truly cultivate the divine thunderstorm. When Gu Yu used the divine thunderstorm, Du Xiaofu also fell into deep thought. After paying the price, he finally understood why he could not activate the true power of the divine thunderstorm even though he had successfully cultivated it. The key reason was that he had not noticed it before. Gu Yu's attack just now clearly showed that he wanted to kill Du Xiaofu. This caused an indifferent and cold smile to appear on Du Xiaofu's face as a faint glow flickered deep within his eyes. Seemingly sensing the change in Du Xiaofu's expression, Gu Yu's gloomy gaze slightly twitched without leaving a trace. At the same time, the profound qi in his body surged. Along with the flickering of lightning, waves of rune energy turned into a lightning hammer. Lightning hammer! A loud shout was emitted from Gu Yu's mouth, after which his body seemed to have turned into lightning and turned into nothingness. One could only see a large amount of lightning directly rushing towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever the terrifying lightning hammer passed, even space seemed to be torn apart, faintly revealing black spatial cracks. Rumble! The lightning hammer fell towards Du Xiaofu. It was like the hammer of the thunder god. The terrifying hammer instantly appeared before Du Xiaofu. The lightning hammer was as fast as lightning. However, just as it was about to land on Du Xiaofu's body, Du Xiaofu's hand seals rapidly formed. Chi la la! At the same time as Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed, it seemed to have touched something in his body, causing some mysterious light to suddenly blossom from Du Xiaofu's body. The mysterious light seemed a little turbid, and the light was also a little dim. However, it was tightly connected to his meridians and blood vessels. There was also a faintly discernible ancient might that spread out. At this moment, under the guidance of Du Xiaofu's hand seals, the mysterious light faintly started to seep out from his body. In the end, it successfully condensed into a fist seal. Rumble. At this moment, the sky above the square that was surging with wind and clouds seemed to be about to be overturned. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. An astonishing pressure descended, causing the hearts of countless people in the surroundings to ripple and tremble. Chilala! The fist was wrapped in lightning. It was the divine thunderstorm that Gu Yu had just condensed. However, under Du Xiaofu's control, its power was many times stronger than before. Divine thunderstorm. How does that kid know the divine thunderstorm of the divine light court? Many people in the Gongsun family looked at the divine thunderstorm that Du Xiaofu had created with puzzlement and surprise. Those people were experts of the divine light court. They knew very well that there were many martial arts techniques in the divine light court. Even if they were to be spread out, not many people could cultivate the power that they should have. They had to complement the techniques of the divine light court to cultivate. There were even some disciples of the divine light court who did not have talent in this area and thus could not successfully cultivate those martial arts techniques. Have a taste of my divine thunderstorm. Du Xiaofu indifferently spat out a loud and domineering shout, after which his fist heavily smashed against the lightning hammer that the former had condensed. Rumble. When the two collided, lightning exploded in a dazzling manner. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded in the square. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the lightning hammer that Gu Yu had condensed cracked under Du Xiaofu's punch. Then it turned into countless silver bolts of lightning. The runes shattered, dazzling and dazzling. Finally, it turned into nothingness in the sky above the square. The divine thunderstorm did not stop and disappear. After destroying Gu Yu's lightning hammer, it destroyed Gu Yu's defense like a hot knife through butter. Bang! Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with coldness. Then, he directly punched Gu Yu's chest. There was no turning back. It was incomparably domineering and suppressed everything. Bang bang! With a dull thud, Gu Yu's body was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. In the end, Gu Yu's body was like a bird with broken wings. He directly smashed into the ground dozens of feet away. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Gravel shot out, and cracks appeared on the ground around his body. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. Under the eyes of the crowd, the lightning hammer that Gu Yu had used at the end was much more powerful than the previous punch. There was no doubt that this was his true, full strength. However, the punch that was able to send Du Xiaofu flying earlier was now being destroyed by the other party as easily as crushing dry weeds. This could only prove one thing. The purple-robed youth did not use his full strength in the previous exchange. Many people guessed correctly. Du Xiaofu did not use his full strength in the beginning. Thinking back to when he had just broken through to the martial marquis realm, Du Xiaofu felt that he could destroy an ordinary martial king realm expert with one punch. Chapter 589. In the martial lord realm, he had fought with the mysterious dragon king, who was at the peak of the beast king realm, in the long river of Zhong province. Both of them were injured in the end. The mysterious dragon king was so strong that even the peak of the martial king realm would have to retreat. Du Xiaofu had broken through to the peak of the martial lord realm not long ago, and his strength had improved greatly again. Gu Yu had the spiritual pulse body, which was almost equal to the talent of a human king, and he was already at the peak of the martial king realm. However, when compared to Du Xiaofu, he was still a little lacking. Before Du Xiaofu broke through to the peak of the martial lord realm, Gu Yu might still be able to fight with Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu had broken through to the peak of the martial king realm, and Gu Yu was no match for him. Walala! The energy waves in the surroundings slowly dissipated, and the entire place was silent. Oh no! Everyone from the Gongsun family turned pale. If Gu Yu lost, the entire Gongsun family would lose as well. Du Xiaofu stood proudly and looked at Gu Yu, who had just fallen to the ground and was covered in blood. His eyes were cold as he said, "Slowly, I've said it before. The result will be the same even if we fight again. You're just asking for a beating. If you lose, the Gongsun family will be mine in the future." An indifferent and cold voice rang out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. He looked at Guyu, who was already struggling to stand up and did not have any intention of attacking. With a sweep of his long sleeve, he turned around and prepared to leave. Guyu's mouth was covered in blood. He was in a sorry state, and his face was pale. Looking at Du Xiaofu's back as he left, Guyu's face became unusually ferocious. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he looked extremely terrifying. A terrifying aura was awakening and blooming. Then, rays of mysterious light climbed around his body. In a short moment, the Gongsun family members on the high platform saw Guyu's change, and they were all shocked. Is he still going to risk his life? They naturally knew that at this moment, Guyu was already prepared to use his killing move. This was Guyu's true trump card, and also the frightening aspect of the spiritual pulse body. And now, that young man by the name of Du Xiaofu had already pushed Guyu to such an extent. In a short instant, Guyu's aura skyrocketed, and he seemed to be even stronger than when he was at his peak. Guyu's entire body was glowing with light. Lightning flickered, and there was a faint blood glow flickering in his eyes. Everything seemed to be related to his martial vein. His face was ferocious as he clenched his hand, and a thunderbolt that was overflowing with lightning was formed. The spiritual veins have changed. "Die, brat!" A low and deep shout rang out as a cold smile appeared on his ferocious face. In that instant, Guyu's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. Accompanied by the terrifying thunderbolt in his hand, he instantly appeared behind Du Xiaofu with a terrifying speed that exceeded everyone's imagination. The terrifying lightning struck the back of Du Xiaofu's head. The terrifying power spread out, sending chills down the spines of the spectators nearby. However, at this moment, it was as if Du Xiaofu had eyes on his back. He quickly twisted his body in an unbelievable direction, and the terrifying thunderbolt brushed past his shoulder. He just happened to avoid the terrifying thunderbolt. At the same time, Du Xiaofu turned around. A chilling aura fluctuated in his eyes, but at this moment there was also a faint lightning glow in his eyes. In that instant, Guyu suddenly looked at Du Xiaofu's chilling gaze. The skin on his body suddenly tightened, and his hair stood on end. A feeling of fear involuntarily spread out from the depths of his heart. Rumble! His thunderbolt missed, causing his heart to tremble for no reason. However, Guyu did not stay idle. The thunderbolt attack that he had condensed in his hand immediately revolved, intending to continue to envelop and kill Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment, just as Guyu rapidly changed his movements, Du Xiaofu was one step ahead of him. His hand formed a strange seal that overflowed with lightning. An ancient and domineering aura fluctuated from Du Xiaofu's body. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the air as if a storm was about to descend, causing the entire fertile field city to darken. "Since you want to kill me, I can only destroy you first." In that instant, Du Xiaofu sneered. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc of killing intent, revealing a hint of malevolence. At this moment, when this expression fell into Guyu's eyes, he felt as if he was the Grim Reaper. In that short instant, although it seemed long, in reality it was only a short moment. Du Xiaofu's hand formed a seal, and amidst the lightning and thunder, a finger seal was formed. Lightning Destruction Finger. A finger imprint shot out. As lightning flashed and thunder roared, Du Xiaofu's index and middle fingers came together. Lightning shot out from the tip of his finger and touched the mysterious light web that was emitting an ancient aura that had yet to dissipate. Under the trembling of Guyu's terrified eyes, a finger imprint directly landed in between Guyu's brows. Swoosh, swoosh! Before the finger seal, it pierced through his defense like a thunderbolt, destroying Guyu's extremely weak defense. It pierced through between his eyebrows, and then penetrated a bloody hole at the back of his head. The pupils in Gu Yu's eyes froze in fear, after which everything came to a standstill as his body fell stiffly backwards onto the arena. When he landed, there was no sound, as if everything had calmed down. Around the square, on the high platform, countless eyes trembled. Many people trembled, and a chill spread out from their bones. He's dead. That young man with extraordinary talent from the Divine Light Court has been killed. Heavens, that purple-robed young man killed that extraordinary disciple of the Divine Light Court. After a short moment of shock, there were sounds of people sucking in cold air all around the square. No one would have thought that the extraordinary young man of the Divine Light Court would be killed on the spot by the purple-robed young man. Murong Hanlin, Murong Hankan, and the other experts of the Murong family, as well as the people of the Wu family not far away, looked at each other after recovering from their shock, and their expressions changed. But at this moment, the people of the Gong Sun family were the ones who looked the most embarrassed. Gong Sunbao's mouth was so shocked that an egg could be stuffed into it. He had never thought that Gu Yu, who was valued by so many elders of the Divine Light Court, would be killed by the purple-robed young man. Whoosh! After a short moment of shock, a burly man who looked to be in his 50s rushed out from the Gong Sun family's lineup and hurried to where Gu Yu's body had fallen. The burly man's expression was extremely solemn. He squatted down and checked something on Gu Yu's body. Then he stood up and looked at the old man who had been sitting beside Gong Sun Chongkong on the high platform with a gloomy and embarrassed expression. He shook his head slightly. At this moment, the old man's expression suddenly became gloomy, and coldness spread from his eyes. The middle-aged man looked at the old man's eyes and understood what he meant. He suddenly looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a deep voice, "You're Du Xiaofu, and you're from the Dark Forest, right? Your cultivation journey will stop here in this lifetime." The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy, and killing intent surged in his eyes as he finished speaking. This kid called Du Xiaofu had actually killed Gu Yu. Putting aside the fact that they would probably be severely punished by the Divine Court when they returned, Du Xiaofu had killed Gu Yu. Moreover, this kid had mercilessly killed Gu Yu, which was the most serious provocation to the Divine Light Court. If they didn't get rid of this kid, the Divine Light Court's reputation would be greatly tarnished, and they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when they returned. The burly man in front of Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He wasn't afraid of the burly man in front of him, but he was wary of the experts on the high platform at this moment. There were probably many experts from the Divine Light Court, from the aura in the dark. Du Xiaofu even suspected that there were martial emperors from the Divine Light Court in Fertile Field City. This was what Du Xiaofu feared the most. However, fear was one thing. When Gu Yu wanted to kill him just now, Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate at all and directly struck first to gain the upper hand. A person who wanted to kill him was his greatest threat no matter where he was. The best way was to kill him on the spot. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Du Xiaofu also thought of the possible consequences of killing Gu Yu, but he didn't regret it at this time. Watching the burly man in front of him, Du Xiaofu looked straight at him and said indifferently, "He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. It's just retribution." "Kid, you're challenging the dignity of the Divine Light Court." The burly man was furious, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Is the Divine Light Court used to being domineering? When young people fight, the rule is that they are responsible for their own life and death. A low voice came from the Murong family's lineup. Murong Hanlin stood up, and there was a frightening light fluctuation in his eyes. He then looked at the burly man in the square and said, "What's more, someone from the Divine Light Court secretly launched a sneak attack after he was defeated and wanted to kill him. Now that he was killed, he only has himself to blame. Since the Divine Light Court is such a bully, the Murong family can only fight." Murong Hanlin's voice reverberated through the square, and for a moment, whispers came from all around. TSK, Murong Hanlin, This is a matter between the Divine Light Court and that kid. It has nothing to do with you. That kid clearly wanted to kill at the end, so the Divine Light Court naturally has to deal with him. You'd better step down." Gongsun Chongkong stood up and shouted. He naturally hoped that the Divine Light Court would directly kill the kid called Du Xiaofu at this time. Otherwise, the Gongsun family would be in an awkward and terrible position. "Since the younger generation of your two families have invited us to be the witnesses, I'll also say something." Chapter 590. On the high platform, an old man in Confucian robes stood up and looked at Gongsun Chongkong and Murong Hanlin. "It's the head of the Wu family. He's going to declare his position." When the surrounding people heard this, their gazes immediately turned towards the old man in scholarly robes. It was unlikely that anyone in Fertile Field City would not recognize the old man in Confucian robes. He was the head of the Wu family, one of the three great families of Fertile Field City, Wu Tianyong. He was the only person in Fertile Field City who could stand on equal footing with Gongsun Chongkong and Murong Hanlin. Wu Tianyong looked at Du Xiaofu on the square, then looked at Gongsun Chongkong and Murong Hanlin. According to the rules, the Murong family and the Gongsun family are both responsible for their own lives in this battle. The participation of Du Xiaofu and the Divine Light Court is also related to the Murong family and the Gongsun family. The rules should be the same. Moreover, it was the people of the Divine Light Court who launched a sneak attack first. If someone interferes in this matter now, then, as the witness, I naturally have to uphold justice. Murong Hanlin did not seem to be surprised by Wu Tianyong's words. The Gongsun family and the Divine Light Court were already on the same side. The next to be dealt with would naturally be the Murong family and then the Wu family. Murong Hanlin knew that Wu Tianyong was not a fool. He had always been as shrewd as a fox. He naturally understood the relationship between the two parties. At this time, he would naturally not let the people of the Divine Light Court deal with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had defeated the young man of the Divine Light Court. According to the rules, he had already defeated the entire Gongsun family. Regardless of whether Du Xiaofu could really subdue the Gongsun family in the end, it was certain that Du Xiaofu's appearance was enough to cause a change in the relationship between the Gongsun family and the Divine Light Court. This was most likely what Wu Tianyong wanted. Wu Tianyong's words immediately made Gongsun Chongkong's face turn somewhat ugly. Naturally, he was not afraid of Murong Hanlin and the Murong family. However, if Wu Tianyong was added, then everything would be different. Therefore, Gongsun Chongkong could only look at the old man sitting next to him, intentionally or unintentionally. That old man was about the same age as Gongsun Chongkong, but he was respected by Gongsun Chongkong. At this time, Wu Tianyong's words were naturally heard by the old man of the Divine Light Court. His gloomy and cold eyes moved slightly as he looked directly at Wu Tianyong and Murong Hanlin, saying, "You must be Wu Tianyong of the Wu family and Murong Hanlin of the Murong family, who said that the Divine Light Court is dealing with that kid because of a contest." The gloomy old man paused for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said with an incomparably gloomy expression, "Life and death in a battle is one's own responsibility. When has the Divine Light Court ever bullied others? It's just that Du Xiaofu is not a member of the Divine Light Court, but he has cultivated the important martial techniques of the Divine Light Court, Divine Light Thunderstorm, and Lightning Destruction Finger. Could it be that the Murong family and the Wu family also want to interfere when the Divine Light Court investigates the martial techniques? Don't blame me for being blunt. This is a matter between the Divine Light Court and that kid. If anyone dares to interfere, the Divine Light Court will not be polite." As the gloomy words fell, Murong Hanlin and Wu Tianyong's expressions changed slightly. Everyone could tell that the old man of the Divine Light Court was making an excuse. But if the Divine Light Court was really so determined, then it would really be difficult to interfere. Once they did, they would really be provoking the Divine Light Court. At that time, even if it was for the dignity of the Divine Light Court, the Divine Light Court would absolutely not let it go. Given the strength of the divine light court, even if the Morong family and the Wu family joined forces, they would not be able to contend at all. They would be easily razed to the ground by the divine light court. Morong Hanlin's gaze trembled slightly, secretly fluctuating. On the high platform, he looked at Du Xiaofu in the square and asked, "Little brother Du Xiaofu, is what the divine light court said true? You have cultivated the martial techniques of the divine light court, or is it a coincidence?" Morong Hanlin's words were somewhat obscure. While he was asking Du Xiaofu whether he had cultivated the martial techniques of the divine light court, he was also undoubtedly telling Du Xiaofu that even if he had cultivated the martial techniques of the divine light court, it was best not to admit it even if he was beaten to death. Even if it was a coincidence, at least when the time came, he and Wu Tianyong would be able to find an excuse to intervene. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for him and Wu Tianyong to intervene. "I have cultivated the martial techniques of the divine light court." Du Xiaofu did not deny it. It was not that Du Xiaofu did not understand Morong Hanlin's words, but hiding and not daring to admit what he had done were not in Du Xiaofu's character. Anyway, the divine light court would most likely eat a stone and be determined to deal with him. How could they give up so easily just because of the intervention of the Morong family and the Wu family? You have nothing to say, right? This is a matter between the divine light court and that kid. If you dare to intervene, I guarantee that I will raze Fertile City and your two families to the ground. On the high platform, the elder of the divine light court looked coldly at Morong Hanlin and Wu Tianyong. Then he looked at the burly man in the square and nodded slightly. At this moment, Morong Hanlin and Wu Tianyong's eyes were secretly dignified. They naturally did not doubt the words of the elder of the divine light court. If the divine light court wanted to raze Fertile City to the ground, it would definitely not be too difficult to raze the Morong family and the Wu family to the ground. Kiki. Gongsun Chongkong saw that Morong Hanlin and Wu Tianyong were both speechless and did not dare to make a move. He immediately sneered. That kid called Du Xiaofu had killed Guyu. How could the divine light court let him go so easily? As long as that kid was dead, the bet would naturally not count. At that time, the Gongsun family would still be the Gongsun family. Kid, you have secretly cultivated the martial techniques of the divine light court. Surrender without a fight, or do you want me to make a move? On the square, the burly man heard the elder's words and also understood the elder's intention. In order to prevent people from gossiping, he was afraid that he could only capture this kid and bring him back to the divine light court. If he resisted, he would be able to kill him openly. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the burly man in front of him. A faint chill flashed across his eyes as he said, "I cultivated the martial techniques myself. It has nothing to do with the divine light court. No matter how eloquent you are, it's useless. Looks like you don't plan to surrender without a fight." The burly man looked coldly at Du Xiaofu and said in a cold voice. Mysterious qi began to surge around his body as lightning shuttled back and forth on the surface of his body. A shocking aura spread out in an extremely short period of time. He had reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial King realm. Divine Light Court, don't go too far. If you anger me, I'm afraid you will regret it, Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. Although he was afraid at the moment and his expression was slightly serious, he was not the kind of person who would be trampled on by others. You're courting death. The burly man no longer talked nonsense. His eyes were filled with coldness as the terrifying aura of the Martial King realm of the Nirvana realm erupted. It shook the space like a tornado, accompanied by lightning and thunder. The mighty aura made people tremble. His figure was like lightning. A fist print blasted out like a falling meteorite and directly bombarded Du Xiaofu's face. As the burly man of the Nirvana realm of the Martial King realm made his move, Morong Hanlin, Morong Honkan, and the others were also shocked. They did not know if Du Xiaofu could withstand it. The burly man was a Nirvana realm expert of the Martial King realm. Idiot, be careful! Murong Xiang was so anxious that her delicate body trembled. Her delicate hands clenched tightly into fists, but she could not intervene at all. Back then, Du Xiaofu dared to confront the mysterious Dragon King who was at the peak of the Nirvana realm of the Beast King realm. Now he had nothing to fear from a martial king realm cultivator of the Divine Light Court who had not reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. "You're not enough." Du Xiaofu let out a loud shout. An overbearing and ferocious aura suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the space to tremble. All of a sudden, golden talisman runes flickered on his skin. In an instant, his hand violently swept out. Sky-shaking wings. His hand was like a palm leaf fan. Dense layers of pale golden talisman patterns flickered and condensed. It was like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. Golden light burst out and illuminated the sky. It directly slapped on the lightning fist of the burly man of the martial king realm of the Nirvana realm. Rumble! With such a collision, lightning raged and golden talisman patterns shot out. Terrifying airwaves surged into the sky. A large area of space was directly swept out with vacuum marks. The ground of the square exploded, and the scene was horrifying. Thud, thud! As the energy swept out, Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in a pale golden halo as he took 3 steps back. As he retreated step by step, the ground under his feet turned into fine powder. Tsk tisk. As for the burly man of the martial king realm of the Nirvana realm, his feet directly brushed against the ground of the square as he retreated. Layers of stone slabs were overturned and gravel shot out. He only stabilized his body after a few feet. His face was filled with shock as he secretly clenched his fist. His fist was numb at that moment. Gosh, he even has the upper hand. That Du Xiaofu is too terrifying. The surrounding people were shocked at that moment. Du Xiaofu was still able to contend against a martial king realm expert of the Nirvana realm. Judging from his age, his talent was terrifying, and his future was limitless. On the high platform, the old man of the Divine Light Court looked gloomy and embarrassed. His cold voice was heard. "That kid is not simple. Capture that kid together, regardless of life or death." "Yes." Several figures nodded in response. Then, several figures instantly leaped down from the high platform. Several Martial King auras burst out at the same time. Rumble! In just a short moment, the sky above the entire fertile field city was also trembling. High in the sky, the clouds surged and lightning flashed. The sky in the distance was dark. Whoosh, whoosh! 5 figures instantly landed on the square. They all landed near Du Xiaofu and surrounded Du Xiaofu. Chapter 591. 5 Martial King Realm auras directly crushed Du Xiaofu's body. Just the pressure of this terrifying aura alone was enough to make those who were weaker fall to the ground. "Father, help that idiot." Murong Xiang stood up and looked pleadingly at Murong Hanlin. She was not strong enough, but she could feel it from afar. At this time, there were 5 Martial King Realm experts. No matter how strong Du Xiaofu was, he would not be able to resist. Only her father could help. Murong Hanlin's eyes moved. He looked at Murong Xiang, whose face was pale with worry, and then looked at the elder of the Divine Light Court. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "The Divine Light Court has so many people to deal with a junior. Isn't it too degrading for the Divine Light Court? If this spreads out, the Divine Light Court will lose face." "Humph, Murong Hanlin, how can that brat's strength be compared to a junior's? If you want to intervene, how about I play with you first? If you don't fear that the Divine Light Court will raze your Murong family to the ground and leave no one alive, then you can intervene as much as you want." Before the elder of the Divine Light Court could reply, Gongsun Changkong directly looked at Murong Hanlin and said. The threat in his words was not concealed. Murong Hanlin's face was pale. He naturally understood the situation. At this time, even if the entire Murong family helped, the Gongsun family would also interfere. The Wu family might not really help. Moreover, there was also the elder of the Divine Light Court, whose aura made him afraid. Therefore, even if he intervened, the result would not change much. Hee. Seeing that Morong Hanlin did not dare to move, Gongsun Chongkong sneered again. Master Morong, this has nothing to do with the Morong family. You don't have to interfere. My life is not so easy to take. A faint voice came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. He had been watching the conversation and the situation on the high platform. Du Xiaofu knew what was going on. At the same time, his eyes slowly swept across the 5 Martial King realm cultivators of the Divine Light Court who had just joined. At this time, the 5 Martial King realm cultivators did not hide their aura at all. Du Xiaofu could easily feel that among the 5 Martial King realm cultivators, a 50-year-old man in yellow had already reached the Martial King realm. The remaining 4 were also at the mysterious Martial King realm, and the last one was at the Nirvana realm. Since you want to kill me, then be prepared to pay the price. Du Xiaofu spat a mouthful of saliva on the square and looked around. The faint golden xian qi in his body surged, and a chill fluctuated in his eyes. A faint golden light surged like a ferocious beast. Suppress, capture. Once again, the 5 Martial King realm experts landed on the square. The leading Martial King realm expert in his 50s bellowed and took the lead to attack. Boom! The surrounding air trembled. The 50-year-old man attacked Du Xiaofu. He was an expert of the Divine Light Court. Although he looked like he was 50 years old, he had actually cultivated for no less than 70 years. When he was young, he was also an expert of the younger generation in the Divine Light Court. Now that he was at the Martial King realm, the old man did not believe that he could not suppress Du Xiaofu. A palm print condensed. The 50-year-old man slapped out. Thunder and lightning covered the sky and directly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. However, the old man underestimated Du Xiaofu's strength. He also underestimated Du Xiaofu. In addition to his strength, his speed was also extremely terrifying. Just as the palm print was about to descend from all directions, Du Xiaofu's figure had already drifted like a god, disappearing from his original spot in an unpredictable manner. Swish! When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared again, he was already not far away from the Marquis realm cultivator on the left. His eyes flickered with a faint golden light, and a domineering and terrifying aura spread out. You're courting death. The Martial King realm cultivator was already prepared. He was wary that Du Xiaofu might run away, and that he would choose to flee in the direction where the 3 of them were relatively weaker. Therefore, he was already waiting with all his strength. The Martial King realm cultivator condensed a palm print. The runes were bright, and a dazzling thunder and lightning swept out. Electric snakes flickered, and a dazzling light burst out. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, it directly bombarded Du Xiaofu. Roar! Just as the man attacked, Du Xiaofu roared out. It was like a dragon roaring in the 9th heaven, like a divine elephant trumpeting. His aura looked down on all things. Boom! In a short moment, dazzling golden runes bloomed around Du Xiaofu's body. With the sound of wind and thunder like the sound of Sanskrit, they condensed into a fist print, accompanied by an imperceptible trajectory and rune fluctuation. It finally collided with the man's attack like meteorites colliding. Bang, bang! In front of the domineering fist print, the terrifying golden energy was incomparably domineering. It was like a shock wave in the void, and it directly resisted the thunder and lightning attack of the Martial King realm cultivator. Then the thunder and lightning attack trembled and finally cracked and exploded. The fist print was indestructible and domineering, suppressing all living things. The majestic golden light almost drowned the man. Bang! Then the fist print directly hit the chest of the Martial King realm cultivator, and his body was sent flying. His sternum collapsed, and he suffered an irreversible injury. The bones around his chest, along with his internal organs, had all been shattered. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's all-out attack was executed with a mysterious move with the intent to kill. How could it be blocked by a Martial King Realm Mystery level cultivator? Puff, puff, puff! The Martial King Realm cultivator spat out blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were forever frozen in shock. His body was sent flying far away. Boom! His body fell to the ground, and the ground of the square cracked. The gravel rumbled and swept up into the sky. His body did not get up again. He was dead. Everyone was shocked. The purple-robed young man was too strong. He killed a Martial King Realm cultivator with just one move. The purple-robed young man was decisive and domineering. He was able to take the opportunity to kill the enemy while being besieged. His rich combat experience was enough to make people tremble in fear. Bastard, die! In an instant, the old man who was in his 50s, who was at the peak of the Martial King realm, shouted coldly. He had witnessed his fellow disciple being killed right in front of his eyes. How could he not be furious? His eyes were cold as he charged towards Du Xiaofu again. His whole body was covered in thunder and lightning. Thunder roared in the sky. Sizzle! The vast attack behind him swept over. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. In a short moment, a domineering and terrifying aura erupted like a flash flood. In an instant, the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body soared into the sky like a rising sun. The golden light flickered, and a pair of talisman inscriptions that glittered with golden light suddenly stretched out. Buzz! At the same time, the golden talisman wings flapped, and Du Xiaofu's body shot up into the sky. His speed skyrocketed, and in an instant he broke away from the Martial King realm cultivator's suppression. The wings flapped, and the flowing light overflowed and filled the sky. Du Xiaofu's figure did not escape forward. Instead, he turned around in an instant. The wings flapped, and golden light bloomed all over the sky. The airflow whistled in the sky, and the momentum was terrifying. It was like a rock flapping its wings and soaring to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly appeared beside the second Martial King realm cultivator unexpectedly. Rock descends to the 9 heavens, destroy! The shout resounded through the sky like wind and thunder. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a real golden-winged rock descending, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. He flapped his wings, and a domineering and terrifying aura filled the sky. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu's all-suppressing aura landed on the body of the second Martial King Realm Arcane level cultivator, who was unable to react in time, and shattered it into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Rumble! The earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the space trembled. At this moment, the purple-robed young man was the only one in the world. He suppressed everything, causing the square to rumble and the space to tremble. How fierce was he to suppress a Martial King realm cultivator to death? Flapping his wings, Du Xiaofu did not stop at all. His ethereal and unpredictable figure quickly appeared in front of the third Martial King of the Divine Light Court in the mysterious Martial King realm. Oh, no, run! Seeing 2 cultivators of the same level being killed, the third Martial King realm cultivator did not dare to fight back. He quickly retreated and fled, not daring to fight back at all. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled, and the energy of heaven and earth quietly surged and gathered toward Du Xiaofu. A ray of greenish-golden light burst out from Du Xiaofu's hand. The greenish-golden light faded, and a greenish-golden long sword appeared. The sword's arc was elegant, and the greenish-golden light shone brightly. It was completely natural, and a domineering and fierce aura filled the air, making clanging sounds. Kill! Facing the fleeing Martial King realm cultivator, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and chased after him while slashing out with his sword. Buzz! It was a simple slash, but the sword radiance swept out. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, and the greenish-golden brilliance shone brightly. At this moment, it seemed to contain the power to move mountains and seas. It was enough to shake mountains and rivers, crack mountains and crack the earth, and destroy everything. The sword radiance instantly spread to the back of the fleeing Martial King Realm cultivator with the speed of lightning, and landed on his defensive chi halo. Chi, 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 chi. Wherever the sword radiance passed, a long crack appeared on the ground of the square. It was as if an earthquake had broken the earth, and it was terrifying. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the profound Martial King Realm expert's profound chi defense was easily shattered. Then his body was directly split into two. He was killed on the spot, and his blood spilled over Fertile City. Chapter 592. Bastard, go to hell! Finally, one of the last 5 Martial King Realm experts, who was at the Nirvana Realm, pounced in front of Du Xiaofu in rage. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, bringing along a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, the stone slabs and gravel on the square below were all swept away. In his hand, there was a powerful talisman weapon that looked like a saber but not a saber. It looked like a halberd, but also like a spear. Chi-la-la. The talisman weapon swept across, creating a sonorous sound wave. Runes danced in the air, and the surrounding space turned into a vacuum under the energy shockwave of the lightning. In the end, it gathered into a terrifying and sharp attack. The sharp attack was like the light in the vast sea of lightning. The lightning was blazing, and a murderous aura descended, slashing towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever the terrifying attack passed, the ground cracked, and the vacuum waves seemed to tear the space apart. It was extremely frightening. At that moment, the attack of this Martial King Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator shocked the surroundings. The gap between the Nirvana Realm Martial King Realm and the mysterious Martial King Realm was too big. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. Once one reached the Martial Emperor Realm, it would be difficult for one to surpass the Martial Emperor Realm. At that moment, countless gazes both inside and outside the high platform in the square froze and watched closely. At that moment, when the terrifying and sharp attack instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, suddenly a mysterious aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu's eyes, which were originally filled with golden light, were now filled with strange talisman patterns. An extremely shocking energy swept out, shaking one's soul. Mysterious soul, I. At that moment, within Du Xiaofu's eyes, it was as if there were tens of thousands of rays of light shooting out. The strange, mysterious patterns of the talisman overlapped with each other. Finally, like a ray of light, it shrouded the entire sky and enveloped the former. And at that moment, the former Martial King at the Nirvana Realm, whose eyes were filled with killing intent, suddenly became sluggish as if they were frozen. The attack that was activated by the talisman weapon in his hand also stopped and dissipated. The golden rune wings flapped, and Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the ladder. He slashed down with his sword, and the sword light tore through the air as fast as lightning. At that moment, the Nirvana Realm Martial King, who was in a daze just now, immediately came back to his senses. You are also a talisman master, a 6-star talisman master. However, it was too late. The pupils of the Martial King Realm expert from the Divine Light Court constricted as shock and fear gushed out from his eyes. The sword radiance streaked across the space in a domineering manner and directly struck his body. It fell from his shoulder and split him into 2. In the end, he turned into a bloody mist and shattered in the sky. Walala! Another Martial King at the Nirvana Realm was killed by Du Xiaofu. His blood splattered on the spot. Boom! The delay this time allowed the Martial King Realm expert in his 50s to finally catch up to Du Xiaofu in a rage. Blazing lightning runes gushed out from his body, and a terrifying palm pressed down furiously. The palm print was forcefully repelled before, and in the delay at this moment, Du Xiaofu could not avoid it. The former's palm print immediately slammed onto Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! As the terrifying palm fell, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly rushed forward. The aura of lightning swept across, and there was no way for him to avoid it. The vast and mighty lightning bombarded and invaded his body. Uft! Under the huge impact, Du Xiaofu's internal organs also trembled. His qi and blood surged, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of light, golden blood. With the strength of Du Xiaofu's body, and the body that had recently undergone bone cutting and marrow cleansing, ordinary people could not hurt Du Xiaofu's body at all. However, at this time, under the attack of the martial king realm expert, Du Xiaofu was also injured. However, it was definitely not an easy thing to completely injure Du Xiaofu's body at this time. At this time, no one knew that the lightning attack of the martial king realm expert that poured into Du Xiaofu's body, after entering Du Xiaofu's body, although it made Du Xiaofu spit out blood, it inexplicably fell silent in Du Xiaofu's body, as if it was automatically absorbed by some energy dormant in Du Xiaofu's body. Kid, go to hell. Just as Du Xiaofu's body staggered and flew forward, the martial king realm nirvana realm expert that was the first to be slapped away by Du Xiaofu appeared. The expert was already prepared. He took the opportunity to pounce out from Du Xiaofu's side. His killing move was swift and fierce. A fist print was like a thunderbolt, and with the momentum of a thunderbolt, it ruthlessly hit Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! On Du Xiaofu's back, there was another dull sound. Waves of vast and mighty power swept out heavily, causing the space around Du Xiaofu to tremble violently. It was extremely terrifying. However, just as the terrifying fist of the martial king realm expert just landed on Du Xiaofu's body, a sharp murderous intent and chilling aura in Du Xiaofu's eyes became even more blazing. Du Xiaofu's combat power was already nature-defying, and his defense was even more insane. Just as the fist of the expert landed, Du Xiaofu suddenly turned around and stabbed out with his right hand, dominating shadow. The sword gleam instantly shot out. Retreat! The expert's expression changed in panic. He had already taken precautions before this, so his body instantly retreated and retreated in an instant. The martial king realm expert's nirvana realm aura burst out and actually dodged Du Xiaofu's sword by a hair's breadth. As he escaped from danger, he could not help but reveal a cold smile, dominating shadow change. Just as the martial king realm expert thought that he had escaped danger, Du Xiaofu turned around and revealed a cold smile on his face. The azure gold long sword in his hand turned into layers of azure gold sword whips. Chi-la-la, the azure gold sword whips were like a dragon soaring into the sky and a rock soaring in the sky. They swept out fiercely, agile, and bewitching. With the speed of lightning, they directly swept towards the chest of the martial king realm expert. Just as the martial king realm expert did not expect this at all, the azure gold sword whips directly destroyed the chi protective halo around his body, and then directly pierced into the former's chest. Chi, the sword whips swept past and then circled around, hooking a large piece of shattered internal organs and flesh, causing blood to drip. In an instant, a large piece of blood mist sprayed into the air from the body of the divine light quartz expert. Blood also spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Chi-la-la, the azure gold long whip was bewitching. In the end, it circled around and once again turned into a natural, simple, and elegant azure gold longsword in Du Xiaofu's hand. At this moment, the martial king realm expert in his 50s appeared in front of the expert. His eyes were filled with rage, but he also stopped. Avenge for me. As the expert's last words fell, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, resentment, and fear. Then his eyes shrunk, and blood sprayed into the air. His body fell straight onto the ground of the square, like a dead bird with broken wings, and there were no longer any signs of movement. The body of the martial king realm expert in his 50s was suspended in the air. Looking at the corpse that had just fallen, the rage in his eyes began to become more intense. His fists were tightly clenched, and his nails dug into his flesh. The muscles on his face twitched and began to distort and become ferocious. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, countless people around the square and on the high platform fiercely sucked in cold air. In a short period of time, everything happened in a short period of time. No one would have thought that there were a total of 6 experts in the Martial King realm. Among them, 2 were in the Nirvana realm, 3 were in the Mystery realm, and 1 was in the Martial King realm. Such a powerful lineup was unexpectedly useless in front of Du Xiaofu. They could not even suppress the corner of Du Xiaofu's clothes. Instead, 5 experts of the Martial King realm were killed by Du Xiaofu one after another. Throughout the square below, all the onlookers seemed to have suddenly shivered. A chill ran down their spines, and the depths of their souls were also trembling. Their eyes were suddenly filled with shock, and the blood in their bodies began to surge. Du Xiaofu had acted very quickly, and even in one breath it was extremely coherent. However, the 5 experts of the Martial King realm had already been killed on the spot. The purple-robed youth was so powerful and overbearing that no one could remain calm. At this moment, even Morong Hanlin, Morong Hankan, Wu Tianyong, Gong Sun Changkong, and the others on the high platform were all dumbfounded and could not recover from the shock. They absolutely did not expect all of this. The 5 experts of the Martial King realm of the Divine Light Court were killed on the spot in such a short period of time. It was too shocking. On the high platform, the elder of the Divine Light Court suddenly stood up, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. "Kid, today you will die without a doubt." When the elder's figure reappeared, he was already in front of Du Xiaofu and roared angrily. The elder was about to collapse. 5 Martial King realm experts, plus Guyu. He would be in big trouble when he returned this time. How could he let the kid in front of him go? "I will definitely not let you go, including the Divine Light Court," Du Xiaofu shouted. At this moment his eyes were red with killing, and his blood was boiling. The sword Radiance in his hand erupted, and directly slashed at the elder. "You are courting death. You are definitely courting death." The elder was furious. He did not expect that Du Xiaofu did not take him seriously at all. This was courting death. His qi surged, and the surrounding air trembled. He waved his hand, and a palm print directly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Endless lightning erupted and drowned Du Xiaofu, wanting to kill Du Xiaofu directly. Whoosh! This time, under the elder's attack, Du Xiaofu's sword radiance was directly destroyed in front of countless shocked eyes. The sky was in a state of chaos as blazing rays of light resembled the sun, after which everyone watched as Du Xiaofu's body directly fell from the sky. Even the pair of incomparably overbearing golden rune wings on his body had been shattered. Rumble! Du Xiaofu's body fell to the ground, and the golden rune wings on his back cracked. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and the ground shook and the mountains shook and gravel shot out. However, his hand was still tightly holding tyrannical shadow. Martial King realm. That old guy is at the Martial King realm. Du Xiaofu struggled to get up. Even with the strength of his physical body, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Chapter 593. The attack just now was too powerful. Only those at the Martial Emperor realm could do it. Just as Du Xiaofu had expected, the old man from the Divine Light Court was a Martial Emperor realm expert. In midair, the old man from the Divine Light Court looked at Du Xiaofu, who had crawled up. His eyes were secretly filled with shock. He did not expect Du Xiaofu to be able to get up. If an ordinary peak Martial King realm expert had been hit by his attack just now, they would not have been able to get up now. From this, it could be seen that Du Xiaofu's physical body was abnormally strong. "Brat, no matter what, you're dead. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart," the old man from the Divine Light Court said angrily. In the blink of an eye, 5 Martial King realm experts had been killed on the spot. Even he was so shocked that he was stunned for a moment. If he had known earlier, he would have taken action earlier. Then he would not have caused such a huge and terrifying loss. He was filled with regret and became more and more furious. "Father!" Hearing the words of the old man from the divine light court, Murongxiang was startled. Then she looked nervously at her father, Murong Hanlin. Murong Hanlin shook his head slightly. At this time he was clear about the situation. Even if he did not care about the entire Murong family, Gong Sun Chongkong would be the first to entangle him. Moreover, he had to consider the entire Murong family. Previously, Du Xiaofu had told him not to get involved. At this time, Murong Hanlin could only hope that Du Xiaofu, who had endless tricks up his sleeve, would still have a way to escape at the last moment. Du Xiaofu did not say anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. At this time, it was difficult to fight against a martial emperor realm expert. Du Xiaofu was anxious. He could only use the purple gold heavenly palace. Even if the consequences were not something he could control and fight against now, it was still better than being killed on the spot. At this time, there was no other way, no other choice. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu put away the tyrannical shadow in his hand, raised his head slightly, and looked coldly at the two furious people from the divine light court in the sky. He sneered, "My life is right here. Come and take it if you have the ability." "Humph, brat, you're about to die, and you're still boasting shamelessly." The elder of the divine light court was enraged. He looked down at Du Xiaofu with a murderous look in his eyes. Then his body shot out at the same time and swooped down toward Du Xiaofu. In an instant he was above Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the gaze in Du Xiaofu's eyes became completely crazy. She was about to use the purple gold heavenly palace at all costs. Boom! At the same time, the old man from the divine light court also pounced in front of Du Xiaofu. His mighty aura surged, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled behind him. There was a huge difference between a martial dominator realm expert and a martial emperor realm expert. Swish! At this moment, in the blink of an eye, a figure suddenly appeared in the space in front of Du Xiaofu as if it had torn the space apart. Then an old figure appeared, and a terrifying pressure suddenly spread across the sky. Under such pressure, not to mention the onlookers in the square, even the experts in Fertile Field City on the high platform turned pale in an instant. Everyone felt an oppressive aura descend, and the qi in their bodies faintly solidified. At this moment, the elder of the divine light court, who was pouncing toward Du Xiaofu, had a drastic change in expression. His figure suddenly stopped in the middle of his charge, as if he had felt an extremely terrifying aura. A look of horror immediately crept onto his face. "Do you bastards think you can touch my disciple?" At this moment, an old figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, exuding an ancient and domineering aura. His loud voice immediately reverberated in the sky above the square, like a sudden clap of thunder that resounded throughout the entire Fertile Field City. "Disciple!" Many people's gazes suddenly trembled as they looked at the old figure that had strangely appeared. Du Xiaofu was already so terrifying at such a young age. Now that his master had arrived, what kind of terrifying expert would he be? Just the aura that had spread out at this moment was enough to make people tremble. The elder of the divine light court looked at the old man who had suddenly appeared at this moment, and his eyes trembled. The aura that had spread out from the old man's body made him fearful. That kind of fear was not ordinary fear. "Retreat first!" The elder of the divine light court's expression changed drastically. At this moment he exchanged glances with the old man who was at the martial king realm. Both of them immediately released their qi and retreated immediately. At this time, the two of them had never thought that they would provoke Du Xiaofu's master at this time. "Do you think you can escape after bullying my disciple?" However, just as the two people of the divine light court were about to move, and their qi surged as they were about to flee, the old figure sneered. With a shake of his sleeve, he stretched out his rather old palm and directly slapped the two people of the divine light court who were retreating. Slap, slap! Then, under countless dumbfounded gazes, Two bright red palm prints appeared on the faces of the two people of the divine light court at the same time. Blood and teeth were spat out from their mouths. Then the two people suffered a heavy blow and fiercely shot backward from midair. They rushed into the square below like meteorites. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The two people fell to the ground fiercely, and two large pits were blasted open on the square's ground. The martial king realm cultivator was obviously the most miserable. He crawled in the deep pit for a long time, but still could not get up. Oh my God! Looking at the bloody martial royal realm old man who had just stood up, and the martial king realm expert in perfection who had been struggling for a long time. Everyone in the square and the high platform gasped in astonishment. Gong Sun Chongkong, Gong Sun Bao, and the others had cold sweat on their cheeks and backs. Murong Hanlin, Wu Tianyong, and the others also looked at each other. They could not resist the strength of the old man at all. He was a terrifying expert who had arrived in Fertile Field City. Gulp, gulp! Everyone in the square swallowed their saliva. They were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. A martial emperor realm expert could not even resist a slap from the old man. How shocking was this? At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the old man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing that the martial emperor realm expert of the divine light court could not withstand a single blow and was sent flying with a slap, the madness in his eyes subsided, but then he clicked his tongue. What kind of terrifying level had the old man reached to be able to send a martial emperor realm expert flying with a slap? At this moment, the entire square had become silent because of the sudden appearance of the old man and the slap of the old man. Huff, huff! Gulp, gulp! Apart from the sounds of gasps and swallowing of saliva, there were no other sounds. What is Du Xiaofu's background? His master is actually such a strong expert. Murong Hanlin, Murong Hankan, Wu Tianyong, Gong Sun Chongkong, and the others were all thinking, who else dares to touch my disciple? After slapping Luan Fei and the two people from the divine light court, the old man stood in midair and did not look at them again. He looked around, and the aura of pressure spread out, making everyone in the surroundings not dare to speak. Most people did not even dare to raise their heads. At this moment, most people could see clearly that the old man who had suddenly appeared was in his 70s. He was floating in midair, and his figure was thin and slender. The old man in his 70s was wearing a green and white robe, and there was an ancient sword on his back. His appearance was very similar to Du Xiaofu, and one could tell at a glance that they were master and disciple. The old man's white hair fluttered in the wind. A few strands of white hair fluttered in the wind along with his white beard. He gave off the impression of an immortal. His temperament was extraordinary, as if an immortal had descended to the world. It was enough to make people respect him. The old man withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and finally fixed it on Du Xiaofu. There was a smile in his eyes, and it was as if he had seen his favorite thing. Good job, kid, I like it. However, as he spoke at such a close distance, his immortal temperament suddenly disappeared. In particular, two front teeth protruded out of his mouth like rabbit teeth. As he spoke, he spat saliva from time to time, which almost sprayed on Du Xiaofu's face. Senior. At this moment, Du Xiaofu finally got a clear look at the appearance of the old man who had suddenly appeared. The disciple of his sect was extremely strong, but he had never seen this old man before. Du Xiaofu was puzzled. At this time, Du Xiaofu naturally did not know the identity of this old man. He was Elder Qingyang, who had been looking for Du Xiaofu everywhere in the ancient heaven sect. Elder Qingyang had been searching for a long time, and he was on the verge of giving up. Who would have thought that when he happened to pass by Fertile Field City today, he would see a sea of people here? He wanted to see what was going on, but instead he found what he was looking for. Elder Qingyang had arrived at the square early, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to see Du Xiaofu's cultivation strength. Therefore, he had been holding back and did not show his face. Therefore, he was shocked again and again. It was as if he had found a treasure, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. In the end, the martial emperor realm cultivator of the divine light court made a move. Fearing that Du Xiaofu would be injured, Elder Qingyang had no choice but to step forward. How could he let someone who dared to hurt the disciple he had already decided on? Let's talk later. Take the elixir quickly. Don't let it affect your injuries. Just as Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, Elder Qingyang interrupted Du Xiaofu. Then he directly took out a large number of elixirs from his Qinkuan bag and stuffed them into Du Xiaofu's hand. Above the elixirs, a multicolored light filled the air, and a strong medicinal fragrance wafted in all directions. Brothers, 7 times in a row until now. Xiaoyu, go to sleep for a while. 7 updates in a row. Brothers, if you're happy with it, I'll send you flowers, recommendations, and so on to express my gratitude. Chapter 594. Marquis-grade elixirs and a king-grade elixir. Du Xiaofu was instantly stunned, as he never imagined that this old man with a sage-like demeanor would be so generous. A handful of marquis-grade medicinal pills and a single king-grade medicinal pill were extraordinarily valuable and expensive. Even the eyes of some experts on the high platform lit up with envy when they saw the elixirs from afar. These are all elixirs for healing. Take them quickly. Elder Qingyang saw that Du Xiaofu was stunned and immediately placed the elixirs in Du Xiaofu's hand. The old man at the martial emperor realm from the divine light court was slapped down. He was so scared that his face turned pale. His reputation was greatly damaged, but he was more frightened and shocked. However, when he thought of the fact that he still had someone backing him up, he immediately raised his head and said to Elder Qingyang, "Sir, we are from the Divine Light Court. That brat stole our martial arts techniques. Do you really want to interfere in our affairs? The Divine Light Court is nothing. Are you trying to threaten me?" Elder Qingyang, who had the demeanor of a transcendent being, spoke in a completely different manner. He glared at the martial emperor realm elder from the Divine Light Court and shouted, "Cut the crap! If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. Go back and tell Ming Dingtian that my name is Gu Qingyang. If the Divine Light Court dares to touch a single hair on my disciple, I will raise the entire Divine Light Court to the ground and kill everyone." He looked like an immortal, but his words were extremely vulgar. Many people's eyes trembled when they heard him. However, everyone understood the meaning behind his words. The elder did not care about the Divine Light Court at all. He did not care about the Divine Light Court at all. The martial emperor from the Divine Light Court's face twitched. He was gloomy and did not dare to say anything more. The strength of the other party's attack was enough to kill him instantly. Gu Qingyang, then he suddenly thought of someone. When he looked at Gu Qingyang again, his eyes were filled with shock. "Scram! Trash! Like you don't have the qualifications for me to destroy you. If you don't leave, I don't mind making an exception." Elder Gu Qingyang glared at the old man, who had even less of a problem and didn't hold back at all. "Sir, I will definitely bring your words back." The martial royal realm expert of the Divine Light Court gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up, but he did not dare to move at all. His life was naturally more important. At that moment, the martial king elder of the Divine Light Court picked up the martial king who had been unable to get up and left. He did not have the time to care about the corpses of the other people of the Divine Light Court underground, lest he provoked the other party and killed him. After Du Xiaofu stuffed 2 marquis-grade healing elixirs into his mouth, he immediately took the Qinkuan bags of the 5 martial king realm cultivators of the Divine Light Court that he had just killed. The entire square was silent. No one had expected that everything would change so drastically because of the appearance of the sage-like elder. At this moment, the people of the Gongsun family looked the most embarrassed. The experts of the Divine Light Court had left. Thinking of the consequences, their faces became extremely interesting. "Idiot, are you okay?" Murong Xiang rushed over. After a few flashes, she appeared in the square and immediately went to Du Xiaofu's side. I'm fine. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and put away the Qinquan bags. All right, kid, come with me. Elder Gu Qingyang turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu. His face was full of smiles, showing his two front teeth. Although he looked simple and naive, everyone knew that his strength was absolutely terrifying. Elder Gu, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Elder Gu Qingyang. This is not the place to talk. You should heal first. I'll take you to a place, and we can talk slowly. Those people of the Divine Light Court may come back. If you don't want to cause trouble for the Fertile Field City, you'd better leave first. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes, then looked at Morong Xiang, and whispered in her ear, Your second sister is doing well. She asked me to come to the Morong family of the Fertile Field City to see you. She must miss you very much. Your eldest sister's daughter is called Dai Xingyu. She looks a little like you. With that, Du Xiaofu said to Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder, let's go. Swoosh, swoosh. The two figures flew into the sky and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving a lot of guesses and shock in the Fertile Field City. Xiang, what did little brother say to you just now? Murong Hanlin and Murong Hankan landed on the square from the high platform and came to the side of Murong Xiang, whose beautiful face had changed color. What did Du Xiaofu say to make Murong Xiang react this way? This surprised both Murong Hanlin and Murong Hankan. Father, he said, that second sister asked him to come. Dai Xingyu heard this, and her charming face slightly recovered. She raised her delicate face, blinked her eyelashes slightly, and looked at Murong Hanlin. He also said that eldest sister's daughter is called Dai Xingyu. The mountains were continuous and verdant, overlapping one another. The boundless forest was like the undulating waves of the sea, surging violently, majestic and magnificent. In the distance, it was early in the morning. The hazy, distant mountains were shrouded in a layer of light gauze, and the shadows were indistinct. Amidst the misty clouds, it was sometimes far and sometimes near, sometimes far and sometimes far. It was like a few strokes of ink smeared across the boundless horizon. When the morning sun rose, a golden light rose from the east and immediately illuminated the earth. Roar, whether it was day or night, one could occasionally hear the roars of demon beasts coming from the depths of the mountain range. In the range of the valley, snakes, insects, and ants did not come near, and the fierce birds and beasts automatically stayed away. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge towering stone wall, surrounded by empty space. It was so tall that it looked like it was about to collapse. Inside the stone wall, there were many wild flowers, green grass, and clusters of moss. On top of the stone wall, an old man in a white robe sat cross-legged. His white beard swayed slightly, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. At this time the morning sun rose, and his body was bathed in golden light. He looked even more like an immortal, making people feel awe. The old man was naturally Elder Gu Qingyang of the Ancient Heaven Sect. After leaving Fertile Field City with Du Xiaofu, he took Du Xiaofu to a quiet place he occasionally passed by to heal his injuries. The area on top of the stone wall was not small. At this time, there was a young man with a purple broadsword on his back, sitting cross-legged. It was naturally Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was wrapped in a faint golden light. His aura fluctuated evenly, and his face gradually recovered its rosy color. What kind of cultivation method does this kid cultivate? Why does his aura seem like the terrifying golden-winged rock clan? His injuries are also recovering very quickly. On Elder Gu Qingyang's old face, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. It seemed that the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. There was an unconcealable smile on his face. Huff! A moment later, the faint golden light circle around Du Xiaofu's body slowly withdrew. A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from his abdomen. His eyelashes moved slightly, and a pair of eyes opened on his resolute and determined face. A bright light shot out. Soon after, it slowly withdrew, turning into a clear and bright one. His originally deathly pale face already had quite a bit of redness at this moment. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had stopped cultivating, Elder Gu Qingyang revealed a smile and said, "Little brat, your injuries have recovered quite well. More than half of your injuries have healed in 3 days. Your cultivation technique is quite good." Du Xiaofu stood up and bowed to Elder Gu Qingyang, who was sitting cross-legged, and said respectfully, "It's all thanks to Elder Gu's help." "No need to be so polite." Elder Gu Qingyang stood up with a smile on his face and said, "I'm here to accept you as my disciple." "Disciple?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Gu Qingyang. He said, "Elder, I already have a master and a sect. I'm afraid I can't take you as my master. Please forgive me. Is your sect within the one sect, 2 religion, 3 sects, and 3 factions?" Elder Gu Qingyang suddenly asked. "No, my sect is in a remote area." Du Xiaofu shook his head and said. Elder Gu Qingyang smiled and said, "Then it doesn't matter. Many experts today have several sects and even more masters. There is no limit to the number of experts. It's good to find more masters." After a pause, Elder Gu Qingyang continued, "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Gu Qingyang, an elder of the ancient heaven sect." Elder Gu Qingyang had a smile on his face. He knew very well what his words meant. In the entire central continent, there were not many youths who could refuse him. To be able to take an elder of the ancient heaven sect as a master was undoubtedly to directly become an inner sect disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Moreover, it was a special existence among the inner sect disciples. It was enough to reach the sky in a single step. In the central continent, there were not many youths who could refuse. It was a dream come true. Ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered, and then he seemed to remember that the ancient heaven sect was one of the 9 great forces. It was an absolute colossus, even more powerful than the divine light court. It was a terrifying force on par with the sky snake sect, the mysterious talisman sect, and the mysterious underworld sect. It was no wonder that Elder Gu Qingyang did not take the divine light court seriously at all. "Elder Gu, thank you for your help. I will never forget it. I will repay you in the future." Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, "It's just that I really don't plan to take you as my master, nor do I plan to join any sect. Please forgive me." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Elder Gu Qingyang was slightly stunned. It seemed that he did not expect Du Xiaofu to refuse him. It should be known that not only in the central continent, but even in the ancient heaven sect, there were many disciples who wanted him to take them as his disciple. However, this guy was not moved at all. Chapter 595. After a moment of silence and surprise, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Lad, how does your sect compare to the ancient heaven sect?" Junior's current sect is naturally incomparable to the ancient heaven sect in terms of strength. However, in Junior's heart, my sect is my sect and cannot be easily changed. "Senior, please forgive me. Please forgive me," Du Xiaofu said apologetically. Elder Gu Qingyang had helped him and even protected him for 3 days. Du Xiaofu was naturally extremely grateful. However, as a student of Tianwu Academy, Elder Zhou, Vice Headmaster Zhuge Changbang, and Great Elder Qinyu had risked their lives for Tianwu Academy. This was a huge blow to Du Xiaofu. How could he leave Tianwu Academy so easily? You care about your sect. This proves that you are a person who values relationships. I am even happier because this also proves that I did not misjudge you. Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu with a comforting gaze. If Du Xiaofu had abandoned his original sect and joined the Ancient Heaven sect, he would have been happy but also a little regretful. However, Du Xiaofu was able to resist the temptation of the Ancient Heaven sect and wholeheartedly stayed in his original sect. This was enough to prove that he was a pure and kind person and was not a treacherous or evil person. This was even more commendable. From a certain perspective, One's nature was more important than one's talent. After a slight pause, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "But have you ever thought about it? If you stand on the shoulders of giants, you will be able to see even further. If you stand on a mountain, you will be able to see even more. In Fertile Field City, when you faced the Divine Light Court, you were helpless in the end and could only fight to the death. If you were a member of the Ancient Heaven sect, then the Divine Light Court would have to think twice if they wanted to touch you." Hearing Elder Gu Qingyang's words, Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered and he fell into deep thought. Elder Gu Qingyang continued, "If you join the Ancient Heaven sect, you will be able to obtain the best cultivation resources. No matter what trouble you cause outside, the Ancient Heaven sect will always be behind you. If you think that you have to rely on absolute training to become an expert, then you can also choose to train yourself. Joining the Ancient Heaven sect will only bring you benefits and no harm. As for your original sect, it will still be your sect. You have not Ancient Heaven sect, nor Zhuge have you lost your Ancient Heaven sect. When you become an absolute expert, your original sect will be proud of you. If you have enough ability, the Ancient Heaven sect will also be proud of you. If you take me as your master, you will not lose your previous master. You will only have one more master. You will have one more person to guide you on the path of cultivation. As for how far you can go in the future, that will depend on yourself. No master will be able to help you." After saying all this in one breath, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu. There was some expectation in his face as he continued, "Your talent is very strong. I'm afraid it is comparable to those monsters in the Ancient Heaven sect. Although I very much want to take you as my disciple, I will not force you. Think about it carefully. When you have made up your mind, you can come to the Ancient Heaven sect to find me." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, "Senior, are you leaving?" At this moment, Du Xiaofu's thoughts were extremely intense. Without a doubt, Elder Gu Qingyang's words had greatly affected Du Xiaofu. This caused Du Xiaofu to think of many things at this moment. Indeed, even if he entered the Ancient Heaven sect, he would still be a member of Tianwu Academy. It was just that he would have another identity. He would still be a disciple of the Ancient Heaven sect in the future. However, this did not affect the fact that he had graduated from Tianwu Academy. Of course, it's time for me to return. All good things must come to an end. Think about it carefully. I will wait for you in the Ancient Heaven sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Gu Qingyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his white sleeves, there were no profound energy fluctuations under his feet as his figure flew into the sky and left. Looking at Elder Gu Qingyang's departing figure, Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled slightly. For a moment his heart was in turmoil. He thought about how he had no place to go at this moment. Elder Gu Qingyang's words were reasonable. Joining the Ancient Heaven sect was indeed beneficial to him. The destruction of Tianwu Academy made Du Xiaofu realize how important it was to have a backer. The Ancient Heaven sect was undoubtedly suitable for him. As for Elder Gu Qingyang, he was extremely compatible with him. "Brat, are you going to acknowledge me as your master or not? I have already gone so far." In the sky, Elder Gu Qingyang soared into the sky. No one saw the nervous expression on Elder Gu Qingyang's face at this moment. How could Elder Gu Qingyang give up on a good seedling that he had chased for so long? If he could give up so quickly, he would not have been searching everywhere. Elder Gu Qingyang's departure was merely a scheme in his heart. This was called retreating in order to advance. Such a good seedling with such great talent was comparable to the treasured monstrous geniuses of the Manchu. Even with his status in the Manchu, he could not forcefully touch those monstrous geniuses. Otherwise, he would have used all means to take them as his disciple long ago. But now, if Du Xiaofu could take him as his master and climb up the mountain, then the sect would not be able to do anything to him. After so many years of vexation, he would be able to sweep away all of it. Is this move really not enough? Brat, don't force me. If you still don't acknowledge me as your master, I will have to tie you up and bring you back. At that time, it will hurt our relationship as master and disciple. Elder Gu Qingyang softly muttered. The further he went, the more anxious he became. In any case, no matter what, he would definitely not let go of such a good seedling. Disciple Du Xiaofu is willing to accept Senior Gu Qingyang as his master. Disciple pays his respects to master. Suddenly, a voice came from the top of the valley stone wall and fell into Elder Gu Qingyang's ears. Chi! Elder Gu Qingyang's figure suddenly stopped in midair. He quickly turned his head and saw the purple-robed youth respectfully kneeling on the ground and kowtowing 3 times. Ha 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 ha! You bastards better watch out. Now it will be time for you to cry. Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes were lifeless, and then he became excited. After a while, an absolute smile appeared on his face. The Ancient Heaven sect was one of the 9 great forces of the central continent. It controlled many empires in the Manchu. It was said that any one of the 9 great forces had experienced countless years of inheritance and had always stood proudly in the central continent. This was enough to show the strength of the 9 great forces. The Ancient Heaven sect was located in the southeast of the central continent. The experts in the Manchu were as common as clouds. Any disciple that walked out of the Ancient Heaven sect would have a great reputation. The number of inner sect disciples who could become overlords, establish empires, and rule over a piece of land was uncountable. The Ancient Heaven mountain range was one of the mountain ranges that shook the central continent. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it was vast. It was said that the natural energy in the mountain range was dense and nourished all living things. There were countless strange flowers and herbs. The spiritual medicines and natural treasures were astonishing. More importantly, the effects of cultivating in the mountain range were much better than other places. There was another reason why the Ancient Heaven mountain range was famous in the central continent. It was because one of the 9 great forces of the central continent, the Ancient Heaven sect, was located in the Ancient Heaven mountain range. The Ancient Heaven sect was the sacred land of countless cultivators in the central continent. Countless young people yearned to become a member of the Ancient Heaven sect since they were young. Whoosh! In the clouds high up in the sky, a huge sword was shuttling through the clouds. It was flying steadily and rapidly. The clouds parted on both sides, leaving a trail of air in the sky that did not dissipate for a long time. The huge sword was about 1.5 feet wide and 3 feet long. 2 figures were sitting cross-legged on it. They were Elder Gu Qingyang and Elder Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's body was shrouded in a faint golden light. His breathing was even and his aura was stable. There was still a trace of paleness on his face, but with the help of the medicinal pellets and the golden-winged rock technique, his face had already recovered its ruddy complexion. Xiaofu, we've arrived. Below us is the Ancient Heaven sect. Elder Gu Qingyang's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Below the clouds, a vast mountain range was faintly discernible. Hoo! Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal, and the faint golden light on his body gradually retracted into his body. Then he opened his eyes. An aura surged from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The light in Du Xiaofu's eyes dimmed. He looked down at the sky. As the huge sword's speed became lower and lower, a vast and magnificent mountain range also appeared in front of him. The vast mountain range traversed the land. How vast and majestic was it! It contained and converged hundreds of rivers with its depth and magnanimity. Looking down from above, one could see that in the mountain range there was a roaring waterfall that flowed down, and pine trees rose up and down. Huge peaks towered between heaven and earth. They seemed to be able to shine brightly in the 4 seasons. Within the mountain range, one could see many buildings covered in verdant greenery. As the huge sword moved forward, more and more buildings appeared, exuding an ancient aura. In front of us is the Ancient Heaven sect. We can't fly. Even the ancient heaven sect master can't pass through the mountain gate without entering. It's disrespectful to the sect. As soon as Elder Gu Qingyang's voice faded, the huge sword began to descend. When the huge sword completely descended, it appeared on a vast square. Du Xiaofu also jumped down from the huge sword with Elder Gu Qingyang and landed on the ground. Chapter 596. Swoosh! The huge sword shrunk and returned to the scabbard on Elder Gu Qingyang's back, causing Du Xiaofu's gaze to be slightly curious. However, when he looked around, he was even more shocked. The surrounding huge mountains were continuous. This square was actually formed by cutting off the top of a mountain. In front of the square was a suspension bridge that was over 1,000 feet long. The bridge was covered with wooden planks that connected to a mountain in front. At the peak of the mountain, the 3 large words Ancient Heaven Sect were engraved in a flamboyant manner. Looking at it, one could feel a vast aura surging over, causing one's heart to tremble. It was as if 100,000 mountains were collapsing, causing Du Xiaofu to immediately withdraw his gaze. Behind the mountain, there were continuous ancient buildings that were majestic and magnificent. Waves of vast aura slowly rippled. From the surrounding natural energy fluctuations, in addition to the talent of his pulse spirit, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to sense that there were many powerful symbol arrays hidden outside the mountain gate of the ancient sky sect. Greetings, Elder. The sound of rushing wind resounded. Soon after, many figures landed on the square. Their auras were not weak. All of them respectfully bowed. There was a total of over 10 young men and women. All of them were around 21 or 22 years old. However, their auras had all reached the martial lord level. As expected of the ancient sky sect, this caused Du Xiaofu to be involuntarily shocked. As expected of the ancient sky sect, the younger generation guarding the gate actually had such talent. Rise! Elder Gu Qingyang gestured for everyone to bow, after which he said to Du Xiaofu beside him, Xiaofu, follow me. This is the ancient sky sect. Du Xiaofu nodded. Under the surprised gazes of the surrounding young men and women, he followed Elder Gu Qingyang onto the suspension bridge. The wooden planks on the bridge were ancient, as if they had withstood the passage of countless years. Clouds were faintly drifting in the surroundings, and the valley below was deep like an abyss, giving people the feeling that they were in the clouds. On the way to the ancient heaven sect, Du Xiaofu learned from Elder Gu Qingyang why Elder Gu Qingyang had come looking for him. It turned out that when he was chased by several kings on the central province's long river, he encountered many fierce beasts and array glyphs. In the end, he even picked up a storage ring, which turned out to be the ancient heaven sect's outer sect disciple's promotion to inner sect disciple. However, he accidentally broke into it and took away a Qinkuan bag. It was supposed to be a reward for the first place in the assessment area. The middle grade Dao tool, Heaven's Net, and a kind of spiritual medicine liquid were also the rewards for the first place. However, they all fell into his hands in the end. After crossing the suspension bridge, they entered the ancient heaven sect. There was no extravagance or splendor, and there were traces of vicissitudes everywhere. The buildings were ancient. Greetings, Elder. Along the way, many disciples of the ancient heaven sect bowed respectfully when they saw Gu Qingyang. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu was shocked along the way. The young disciples of the ancient heaven sect he met all had extraordinary cultivation bases. Any one of them would be a rare genius in the Stone Dragon Empire or Tianwu Academy. However, these young disciples, who were considered geniuses in the outside world, didn't seem to have a high status in the ancient heaven sect. With so many geniuses gathered in the ancient heaven sect, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the ancient heaven sect could remain one of the 9 major powers. With so many geniuses gathered here, it was enough to provide the ancient heaven sect with an endless stream of new blood. There would always be someone who could stand out and become a top expert, allowing the ancient heaven sect to stand tall. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was shocked to see so many geniuses gathered here, and they were all from the younger generation. At the same time, he was also a young man. Youthful blood always had a competitive heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but secretly look forward to walking his own path in the ancient heaven sect. Would he be able to look down on everyone in the ancient heaven sect? Xiaofu, the sect affairs office, is on the left. You should report there first and receive your Manchu badge. This is a must-have item for the Manchu. After that, you can find me at the Tianmu Peak. I have to go find the sect master first, so I won't accompany you. Elder Gu Qingyang interrupted Du Xiaofu's hot-blooded thoughts and roughly pointed in a direction. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Although this is the ancient heaven sect, the ancient heaven sect isn't an ordinary place. It's not a tea house, nor is it a home. The competition here might be crueler than you imagine. If there is competition, there will be fighting. As long as you don't go overboard, the Manchu won't suppress you. Therefore, you have to be careful and don't let others bully you." Yes, Du Xiaofu nodded. Although he didn't understand the specific meaning of Elder Gu Qingyang's words, he could vaguely understand some of it. He was afraid that cultivating in the ancient heaven sect wouldn't be too peaceful. Wherever there were people, there would be fighting, let alone in a place like the ancient heaven sect where geniuses gathered. Every genius had their own temperament and pride. It would be strange if there weren't any fights when they were placed together. Du Xiaofu more or less understood this. If the ancient heaven sect was peaceful everywhere, it probably wouldn't have been able to become one of the 9 great powers. Only with competition would there be progress. This was the most powerful guarantee for the ancient heaven sect to nurture countless experts. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Gu Qingyang turned around and left. Du Xiaofu also turned around and headed in the direction Elder Gu Qingyang had pointed out. Along the way, he met many disciples of the ancient heaven sect, but none of them recognized Du Xiaofu, nor did they greet him. So this is the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu walked slowly through the ancient heaven sect, looking around. He felt like he was in a dream. Back then, he had come to the central continent to explore. How could he have imagined that he would return to the ancient heaven sect now? He remembered that when Guoming was in Bailing City, he had wanted to invite him to join the Profound Talisman sect. He had no intention of joining back then, but now he had joined the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu thought that this might be the will of the heavens. However, after half an hour, Du Xiaofu finally found the General Affairs office in the direction Elder Gu Qingyang had indicated. It was a medium-sized courtyard. The square outside was filled with many young male and female disciples. The youngest was 17 or 18 years old, while the oldest was 22 or 23 years old. These young male and female disciples weren't old, but their auras were extremely strong. Only a few of them were at the Pulse Spirit Realm. Most of them were at the Martial Lord Realm. Du Xiaofu found a young man and asked. After confirming that this was the General Affairs office, he also began to line up behind the crowd. From the discussions of the surrounding disciples, Du Xiaofu learned that these young male and female disciples were outer sect disciples of the ancient heaven sect. They had come to the General Affairs office to receive their monthly daily necessities and a fixed amount of medicinal pills. However, it was said that the resources of the outer sect disciples were much worse than the inner sect disciples. While waiting in line and listening to the discussions around him, Du Xiaofu gained a general understanding of the ancient heaven sect. In the ancient heaven sect, not only were they disciples, but they were also princes and princesses of the various empires. However, in the ancient heaven sect, if one's talent wasn't enough, they could only be outer sect disciples. They were all treated the same. Princes and princesses didn't have any privileges in the ancient heaven sect. Inner sect disciples had a high status in the Manchu. Even their living quarters were different from the outer sect disciples. The ancient heaven sect was also filled with competition. Aside from not killing, there were countless fights every day. In the Manchu, there were even cases of people snatching treasures. However, this kind of thing couldn't be done anywhere. Instead, it had to be done in a place called the Sky Marshal Plaza. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the Manchu. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally Du Xiaofu's turn. However, at this time, there was also a long line behind Du Xiaofu. Where's your badge and sect pass? You need to use your badge and sect pass to receive them. Inside the chore house, what opened the door to the outside was not a door but a window. It was only the size of two heads, and a young man of about 28 or 29 years of age poked his head out and looked at Du Xiaofu. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to speak, a commotion suddenly came from the crowd behind him. Then, a loud shout entered Du Xiaofu's ears. "Brat, get out of the way. Let us receive it first. Step aside. It's the people from the Crouching Tiger Society. It's young Mingzhou. We can't afford to offend them. His elder brother has already become an inner sect disciple. It's a pity that he didn't pass the test. He's still an outer sect disciple." Amidst the commotion, some soft discussions could be heard. Figures immediately retreated, as if they didn't want to provoke anyone. At this moment, Du Xiaofu raised his head and saw a dozen young men with arrogant faces. They didn't care about the people in the line and walked straight to Du Xiaofu. There were a total of 13 young men, all of them between the ages of 20 to 23 or 24. They were clustered around a fat young man with a face full of fat. "Brat, didn't you hear clearly? Get out of the way, or we won't be polite." Seeing Du Xiaofu's dazed expression, the young man who had just scolded Du Xiaofu thought that Du Xiaofu had been scared silly and immediately shouted again. Du Xiaofu indifferently raised his head and looked at the young man who had just scolded him. He frowned slightly, and his face started to show some displeasure. Then he said, "First, watch your mouth. Second, if you want to do anything at the sect affairs office, you can queue up at the back." As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the surroundings suddenly became strangely quiet. Even the young man who looked to be in his late 20s behind the sect affairs office window looked at Du Xiaofu with some astonishment in his eyes. Where did this brat come from? Doesn't he know the Crouching Tiger Society? I'm afraid this brat is in for some bad luck. He even dares to provoke the people of the Crouching Tiger Society. Sighs could be heard amidst the silence. Gazes after gazes were directed at Du Xiaofu, and all of them contained strange fluctuation. Little Yu wrote the last 2 chapters this afternoon. However, the plot was completely different from what I wanted. Therefore, I clenched my teeth and rewrote it, causing it to only be updated now. However, Little Yu really didn't slack off today. I just wanted to write it better so that everyone would like it more. Little Yu sincerely apologizes for the delay in updating. Chapter 597. A fat young man, who was surrounded by a group of people, had an ugly expression on his face. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression. "Senior brother Zhang, are you done?" At this moment, a soft voice sounded. Then, a woman slowly walked over from behind the group of people. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful with fair skin and a pair of bright eyes. She exuded a classical Oriental beauty. The woman wore a long dress and had an extraordinary aura. She walked like a willow tree, swaying in the wind. Her curves were curvaceous, and she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Several young men followed behind her. "Junior sistering, I'm almost done. It's just that I met someone who doesn't know his place. Just wait for a while." When the fat young man saw the woman, his gloomy face immediately turned into a smile. "Is that so? I'm in a hurry. Although the Muncha doesn't have many necessities each month, I don't care about them. The cultivation resources my cousin gave me are already enough. However, as a disciple of the Ancient Heaven sect, I naturally can't be an exception. I also need to come to the sect affairs office to collect my monthly necessities." The woman said gently. Her voice made people feel numb. Many of the surrounding young men stared blankly at her, but they didn't dare to look at her too obviously. "Junior sistering, just leave it to me. I'll be done soon." When the fat young man heard this, he immediately nodded with a fawning look. He then lowered his head slightly and nodded at the young man who scolded Du Xiaofu first. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite." The young man who scolded Du Xiaofu first scolded again. The aura around him fluctuated. If Du Xiaofu didn't comply, he would immediately attack. "I said line up." Du Xiaofu still said indifferently, "Brat, you!" The young man was enraged and his eyes were cold. Just as he was about to make a move, a delicate voice rang out, "Wait, we're all from the same sect. Don't bully this junior brother." The one who had spoken was the beautiful lady. Her bright eyes scanned the surroundings. In the end, she seemed to have discovered that something was wrong with Du Xiaofu. With a faint smile on her lovely face, she slowly stepped forward. Her long skirt fluttered as a faint fragrance spread. She arrived in front of Du Xiaofu and said with a smile, "Junior brother, I'm in a rush. Why don't I give you a spiritual-grade medicinal pill and you let me retrieve the Manchu supplies first?" Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and glanced at the beautiful woman. He glanced at the group of youths behind her and shook his head. "Firstly, I don't intend to give way to you. You can queue up yourself. If I give way to you, it will be unfair to the people behind you. This guy may be a little stupid, but he really has character." Many people behind Du Xiaofu were furious when they saw someone cut in line, but they did not dare to say anything. Now that they heard what Du Xiaofu had said, they immediately began to admire him. However, there was also some pity in their admiration. "Secondly, the smell of your perfume is too strong. Can you stay a little further away from me? It makes me feel a little uncomfortable, and I'll sneeze." Du Xiaofu looked at the woman and said seriously. He did not seem to be joking at all. However, when Du Xiaofu said that, not only did many people's gazes change, but the woman's face also immediately stiffened. Something seemed to fluctuate in her bright eyes. She, Zhou Yinger, was in the Ancient Heaven sect. Putting aside the fact that she had a backer, there are more men than women in the Ancient Heaven sect. Although her beauty could not be compared to those few people, she was definitely one of the best. There were many young men who surrounded her every day, and all of them were willing to do anything just to make her smile. There were even some who were willing to pay any price in order to pursue her. Moreover, the backing behind Zhou Yinger was sufficient to allow her to do as she pleased within the entire Ancient Heaven sect, even though she was still an outer sect disciple. That backing of hers was able to ensure her safety. Because of the existence of her backer, the entire Ancient Heaven sect, even the inner sect disciples, had to give her some face. But now, an unknown youth actually did not put her in his eyes at all in front of her. He even asked her to stay a little further away. Not to mention in the Ancient Heaven sect, even in her entire life, no one dared to speak to her like that. At that moment, Zhou Yinger seemed to have received too much of a shock. She actually became sluggish, but some resentment began to surge in her bright eyes. "Brat, you're asking for a beating." The youth in luxurious clothes, who was the first to berate Du Xiaofu, could no longer suppress his temper. In front of a beauty, it was rare to find an opportunity to stand out. He was already unhappy with the purple-robed brat. His profound energy fluctuated, and his eyes were burning with anger. He clenched his fist and immediately threw it at Du Xiaofu. Many people in the surroundings felt pity for Du Xiaofu, but at that moment, they obviously did not dare to provoke this group of people. They could only watch and wait for the purple-robed youth to be taught a lesson. In the sect, there should not be any danger to his life, but it was possible that he would be bedridden for a few months. While the surrounding people were feeling regretful, they immediately heard a scream. The scream was so loud that it immediately silenced the surroundings. Then, everyone saw the youth in luxurious clothes, who had just made a move, rolling on the ground as he wailed in pain. He clenched his fist and did not know what had happened. My bones are broken. It hurts so much," the youth in luxurious clothes screamed. His voice was mournful, and from that scream, the crowd roughly understood that the bones of the youth in luxurious clothes had been shattered. Swish, swish! In an instant, the surrounding gazes immediately fell on Du Xiaofu. No one saw how the purple-robed youth had made his move, and no one even saw the purple-robed youth make his move. The youth in luxurious clothes' hand had already been shattered. This was too shocking. No wonder he dared to challenge the Crouching Tiger Society. It turned out that he had some ability. The sluggish, beautiful woman's bright eyes once again revealed a shocked expression. This outcome was clearly not something she had expected. Bananas, don't think that I'm easy to bully just because I'm new. Du Xiaofu looked around and did not even glance at the youth in luxurious clothes, who was wailing in pain. A cultivator who had just barely broken through to the Marshal Marquis level was naturally unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also angry. He had properly lined up to exchange for the emblem and ancestral token. But who knew that he would be bullied? His master, Elder Qingyang, had instructed him not to be bullied. This brat is actually new? Could it be that the Manchu has started recruiting new disciples recently? I haven't heard that our Manchu has been recruiting new disciples recently. His attack was ruthless enough. Shattering the bones is not as easy as breaking them. It's too difficult to recover. Even if he's lucky enough to recover, that hand will be very weak in the future. The surrounding people were quietly discussing. That youth who looked somewhat cultured and refined was really ruthless. He was also clean and did not hesitate at all. Newcomer, newcomer. Not far away, the fat youth who was in shock was also surrounded by people. He looked at Du Xiaofu and then at the beautiful woman Zhou Yinger. That was a woman who countless people in the Manchu could not catch up to. That purple-robed youth should have some strength. However, since he was new, he naturally did not have any background, so there was nothing to be worried about. Although Zhang Mingzhou did not pass the assessment to become an inner sect disciple, he was only a thin line away. If he was lucky, he would have passed it. With the cultivation of the Marshal Marquis level at the peak of the Nirvana realm, he naturally did not believe that he could not do anything to that brat. Looking at the shocked, resentful, and dazed Zhou Yinger, Zhang Mingzhou's fat face suddenly revealed a smile. He knew that his chance had come. It was as if he had suddenly found a chance to walk into Zhou Yinger's heart. Brat, how dare you touch a member of the Crouching Tiger Society and not give face to junior sister Zhou Yinger? You are courting death. Zhang Mingzhou gradually walked toward Du Xiaofu. His fat face was twisted with a cold smile. As a result, his eyes almost could not be seen. His demeanor and expression made it seem as if Du Xiaofu was going to kneel and beg for mercy in front of him. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at Zhang Mingzhou calmly. Ignorant brat, you still dare to glare at me? Have you just entered the Manchu? Then let me teach you how to respect your seniors. I will teach you how to behave. If I don't teach an ignorant brat like you a lesson today, you will think that the Crouching Tiger Society is a pushover. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was looking at him, the fat youth became even more arrogant. How could he not grab this opportunity to be in the limelight in front of Zhou Yinger? This was a great opportunity. At this moment, Zhang Mingzhou seemed to be able to imagine that not long later, Zhou Yinger would be lying in his arms under the moonlight, attracting the envious gazes of everyone. His fat body would even be able to press down on her delicate and fair body. Ha! What a reckless brat. The dozen or so youths who had been clustered behind Zhang Mingzhou immediately roared with laughter. Brat, I will make sure that you don't even have the chance to kowtow and admit your mistakes today. How dare you disregard our Crouching Tiger Society and provoke junior sister Zhou Yinger? You must be tired of living. Zhang Mingzhou listened to the roaring laughter around him and became even more arrogant. Recently, he had not passed the test to become an inner sect disciple, so he was in a bad mood. But now, thinking about the beautiful future, the haze in his heart was swept away. It had been a long time since he had been so happy. However, happiness was a very mysterious thing. As the saying went, extreme joy begets sorrow. Zheng Mingzhou seemed to be like that now. Happy, Zheng Mingzhou was very happy. But at this moment he saw the purple-robed youth not far away from him raise his hand. The purple-robed youth raised his hand. There was no superfluous action. He just raised his hand. It was simple, clean, and neat. Chapter 598. Slap. There was a wave of profound qi, and the aura was overbearing. Then, a crisp sound of a slap was heard. Immediately after, Zheng Mingzhou, who was still overjoyed, felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been scalded by a pair of fire tongs. At the same time, Zheng Mingzhou even felt that the left side of his face had been smashed. A huge force landed on his face like a thunderbolt. Uft! His teeth loosened, and blood was spat out along with his teeth. Zheng Mingzhou did not even have the time to scream before his body was sent flying. He was like a kite with a broken string. He flew dozens of feet away and then landed heavily on the square, causing the ground to shake. Ah! When Zheng Mingzhou landed on the ground, he let out a miserable cry. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and half of his face was already swollen like a pig's head. His face, which was already fat, was now swollen like a super big bun. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. It was a dead silence. All of the surrounding young men and women, including Zhou Yinger, could clearly see that when faced with Zheng Mingzhou, who was at the peak of the Nirvana realm in the martial lord realm, the purple-robed young man only raised his hand and sent Zheng Mingzhou flying with a simple slap. He sent Zheng Mingzhou flying with a single slap. It was a simple and clean move. As disciples of the ancient heaven sect, how could they be simple? Even if they were not inner sect disciples, they were still geniuses in the outside world. Naturally, they knew how strong the strength was needed to send Zheng Mingzhou flying with a slap. To do this, it was definitely not something that could be done simply by being slightly stronger than Zheng Mingzhou. Even those at the peak of the complete martial lord realm would find it difficult to do so. But now, the purple-robed young man in front of them had done it. Moreover, he had done it so casually and cleanly. Zheng Mingzhou crawled up and covered half of his face. The almost invisible gaze on his swollen face was filled with shock and fear. Then, it was filled with hatred and resentment. At this moment, Zheng Mingzhou's mood was completely different from before. It was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Originally, Zheng Mingzhou wanted to show off in front of the beauty, but he did not expect to be humiliated instead. Everything was ruined, so how could he just let it go? Brat, just you wait. I won't let you go. Just you wait. Zheng Mingzhou covered his face with his hand as blood dripped from his mouth. Then he turned around and left. As for making a move, Zheng Mingzhou naturally did not dare to do so. Although he was resentful, it did not mean that he was a fool. The other party was able to send him flying with a single slap. The other party's strength was already there for all to see. If Zheng Mingzhou were to make a move, he would only be asking for humiliation. Seeing Zheng Mingzhou leave, the dozen or so youths from the Crouching Tiger Society looked at each other. None of them dared to stay behind. Immediately they retreated and left. They were afraid that when the purple-robed youth was in a bad mood, he would slap each of them. Zhou Yinger didn't know if she was frightened or shocked, but her bright eyes were a little dazed. Du Xiaofu did not pay attention to the astonished and frightened gazes around him. He walked toward the school affairs office's window and said to the 28 or 29-year-old youth, "I'm a new disciple. I'm here to receive my badge and sect plate." Inside the window, the 28 or 29-year-old youth looked at Du Xiaofu. After being shocked for a while, he recovered and immediately asked Du Xiaofu, "What's your name? How old are you? Are you a martial cultivator or a spiritual symbol master? If you're a martial cultivator, you'll receive medicinal pills to strengthen your profound qi and other necessities every month. As for spiritual symbol masters, they'll receive medicinal pills to strengthen their spiritual soul strength and other necessities." The school affairs office's responsibility did not include getting to the bottom of things. Although the Manchu was not recruiting new disciples, This youth was a little curious as to why someone would come to receive their sect plate and badge at this time. However, since the person was already in the Manchu, there was naturally a reason. This was not under the jurisdiction of this youth. Naturally, there was no need for him to continue asking. It would not be good if he offended someone behind the scenes. To be able to enter the sect at this time, one had to have some relationship with someone in the Manchu. My name is Du Xiaofu. I'm not even 18 yet. I'm a spiritual symbol master. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and replied, between a martial cultivator and a spiritual symbol master, the latter would receive medicinal pills to strengthen their spiritual soul strength and other necessities every month. Du Xiaofu naturally did not hesitate to choose a spiritual symbol master. Originally, Du Xiaofu wanted to say that he was not only a spiritual symbol master, but also a martial cultivator. However, when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. He felt that it would not be good to be too high-profile. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the young man raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu again in surprise. Du Xiaofu's aura that sent Zhang Mingzhou flying with a slap didn't seem like a talisman master. Okay, your information has been registered. This is your badge and sect token. Drip your spiritual soul strength and you will be able to activate them. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask your senior brothers and sisters. After the youth finished speaking, he handed over the ancient Heaven Sect's badge and an antique jade token. The engravings on them flickered with a gentle luster. Many thanks. Du Xiaofu took the badge and sect token and put them away. Then he turned around and looked around. Finally, he asked a youth behind him, "May I ask how to get to the Tianmu Peak?" The youth looked to be in his 20s. He was very thin and not very tall. He looked a little sallow and emaciated. If it wasn't for the fact that cultivators didn't need to eat much after reaching a certain level of cultivation, people might even suspect that he had been abused by the ancient Heaven Sect and didn't have enough to eat. The youth looked at Du Xiaofu. On his thin face, there was a hint of shock in his clear eyes. Then he smiled, wanting to get closer to Du Xiaofu. He said, "This new junior brother, do you not know how to get to the Tianmu Peak? I'll take you there. Didn't you have to line up to get your daily necessities from the Manchu?" Du Xiaofu was puzzled. After he left, it was this guy's turn to line up. The thin youth was very enthusiastic. He pulled Du Xiaofu's hand and left. He said, "It's okay. It's the same if I come tomorrow. I'll take you to the Tianmu Peak first." Du Xiaofu couldn't say anything else. He could only follow the thin youth. Zhou Yinger stood there in a daze. A few young men stood behind her and looked at Du Xiaofu's back. Their bodies were trembling. "So he's called Du Xiaofu. He's a spiritual talisman master. He's not even 18, but he's already so powerful. It's really unbelievable. He's probably comparable to those guys in the inner sect." Zhou Yinger looked at the back of the youth with a broadsword on his back as he left. After a long time, a trace of coldness flashed in her bright eyes. She bit her red lips and said softly, "You dare to treat me like this? I'll definitely not let you off. There will be a day when it'll be too late for you to regret it." Within the ancient Heaven Sect, Du Xiaofu was led to the Tianmu Peak by the enthusiastic thin youth. Along the way, Du Xiaofu learned a lot about the ancient Heaven Sect from the enthusiastic thin youth. From the thin youth, Du Xiaofu learned that the thin youth was called Gu Zhangyu. In the Manchu, he was known as the Skinny Monkey. He was also a spiritual talisman master. However, his main cultivation was alchemy talisman master, and his secondary cultivation was weapon talisman master. However, for some unknown reason, Gu Zhangyu's talent was mediocre. Although he was an alchemy talisman master, he didn't have many achievements in alchemy. It was said that even though he was a 5-star mysterious realm cultivator, he often made mistakes when refining spiritual grade elixirs. If it weren't for his identity as a spiritual talisman master, Gu Zhangyu wouldn't even be able to become an outer sect disciple of the ancient Heaven Sect. From Gu Zhangyu, Du Xiaofu learned that the ancient heaven sect was roughly divided into two regions, the inner sect region and the outer sect region. There were countless outer sect disciples in the ancient heaven sect. They were spread across many places in the Central Plains. Naturally, there were even more places under the ancient heaven sect's control. However, the number of young outer sect disciples who stayed in the ancient heaven sect was much smaller. There were only about 100,000 of them. There were more than 100,000 outer sect disciples in the younger generation. This number was enough for Du Xiaofu to be flabbergasted. Any outer sect disciple was a genius in the outside world. However, there were so many of them in the ancient heaven sect. However, the number of inner sect disciples in the ancient heaven sect was much smaller. It was said that every year the ancient heaven sect would select a few outer sect disciples to become inner sect disciples. The ancient heaven sect had a total of 8 assessment sites. In each site, less than 100 people would be selected to become inner sect disciples. Those who had outstanding results would be taken in by the elders and experts in the sect. They would be heavily nurtured. However, out of the 100,000 outer sect disciples every year, less than 800 would have a chance to become inner sect disciples. There wasn't even a 1% chance. This was enough to show how difficult it was. As for outer sect disciples, they only had 2 chances to take the assessment in their lifetime. After that, they would never be able to become inner sect disciples. Junior brother Du Xiaofu, the person you beat up today, is someone from the Crouching Tiger Society. You have to be careful in the future. The people from the Crouching Tiger Society are not to be trifled with. They definitely won't let you off easily. Gu Zhanyu explained the situation in the ancient heaven sect while reminding Du Xiaofu to be wary of the Crouching Tiger Society. What's the background of the Crouching Tiger Society? Is it very strong? The contents of the new volume, Ancient Heaven Mingyang. Originally, the contents of the first few chapters should have been divided into volumes. However, I've been thinking about how to better write the contents of this volume. This is also the beginning of the Central Plains. Today, I finally came up with the outline of this volume. Xiao Yu continued to write. Chapter 599. What's the background of the Crouching Tiger Society? Is it very strong? Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. From their conversation, he had a good impression of this enthusiastic Gu Zhanyu. Actually, this Gu Zhanyu was only 18 years old. It was just that he was too thin and his face was sallow from hunger. He looked very old, like he was 20 years old. You just entered the ancient heaven sect, so naturally you don't know. Gu Zhanyu looked at Du Xiaofu and didn't find it strange. He patiently and carefully explained, there are many outer sect disciples, so naturally there are many big and small factions. Many disciples form factions, and there are many benefits involved in this. For example, the sale of pills, spiritual weapons, practitioner weapons, and so on. After pausing for a moment, Gu Zhanyu licked his dry lips and continued. As it relates to the benefits of the Tao, the various factions are constantly fighting. In this kind of competition, many factions have grown stronger. Among them, the Crouching Tiger Society is not weak. That Zhang Mingzhou you beat up, his brother Zhang Zhizhou, became an inner sect disciple not long ago. It's said that the actual leader of the Crouching Tiger Society is a fellow on the inner sect's bronze ranking called Yu Tianyo. Manchu disciples forming factions. Does the Manchu not care? Du Xiaofu asked in surprise. According to what Gu Zhanyu said, there was another underworld within the ancient heaven sect. The Manchu naturally won't care. This is the tradition of the ancient heaven sect. Some factions in the Manchu have even been passed down for many generations. Gu Zhanyu said to Du Xiaofu, in any case in the Manchu, as long as no lives are lost, the elders, protectors, and deacons all turn a blind eye. Of course, there are some things that have to be considered. You will slowly understand in the future. Looks like the ancient heaven sect is really a little special. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. It seemed that the ancient heaven sect had acquiesced to this situation in the hope that more experts would emerge in the competition. Only true experts would be able to stand out and stand out. Many people thought that the disciples of some large sects were like flowers in a greenhouse. They only relied on rich resources to become experts. Little did he know that to be able to become a large sect, how could the experts inside be short-sighted? How could they not have thought of this? The young disciples of the large sects might not have walked out of those days where blood dripped from the tip of a blade every day, but they were definitely not flowers in a greenhouse. Take the Ancient Heaven sect, for example. Even the outer sect disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect couldn't live comfortably. Competition was everywhere, and the competition between geniuses was even more intense. Whoosh, whoosh! Many rushing wind sounds suddenly sounded in the air behind them. Quite a number of figures were hurriedly rushing over. With a couple of flashes, they immediately landed in front of Du Xiaofu and Gu Zhanyu. Wave after wave of powerful and vigorous auras that broke through the net immediately surrounded Du Xiaofu and Gu Zhanyu. Not good. It's the people from the Crouching Tiger Society. They've caught up. Seeing those figures descend, Gu Zhanyu's expression changed greatly. Gu Zhanyu naturally recognized those people. They were all from the Crouching Tiger Society, and they were all experts of the Crouching Tiger Society. Especially when Gu Zhanyu saw the two young men at the front, his face was even more shocked. He couldn't help but say, "Zhangzhizhou Yutayanyo." Du Xiaofu looked around. There were more than 30 people in total. Waves of martial lord realm aura spread out, especially the two young men at the front. One of the young men in tight clothes had already reached the peak of the martial lord realm. He was probably only a step away from the martial king realm. However, the other young man in embroidered clothes had an outstanding temperament. His aura was also clearly at the initial stage of the martial king realm. He was a genuine martial king realm expert. And between the two of them, Du Xiaofu could see Zhang Mingzhou, who he had sent flying with a slap not long ago outside the clan affairs office. "Big brother, Brother Yi Tian, it's this new kid. This kid hit me and doesn't put our Crouching Tiger Society in his eyes." At this moment, Zhang Mingzhou saw Du Xiaofu. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. He held his face that was still in pain, pointed at Du Xiaofu, and said in a wronged voice to the two young men in tight clothes and embroidered clothes. At this moment, Zhang Mingzhou's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with coldness. Coincidentally, he had met his big brother and Brother Yi Tian. It was time for this kid to be unlucky. Since he dared to slap him, he would definitely repay it 100 times over. He would make this kid regret it. It's the strong cultivators from the Crouching Tiger Society. The ones in front are Zhangzhizhou and Yu Tiano. At this moment, Gu Zhanyu's voice quietly landed beside Du Xiaofu's ears. From his voice, it was not hard to tell that Gu Zhanyu was very serious and nervous at this moment. "Kid, you're new here?" Following Gu Zhanyu's words, the young man in tight clothes, Zhangzhizhou, looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold gaze. His own brother had been slapped by someone. He had just become an inner sect disciple not long ago and was in the limelight. How could he let someone go at this time who dared to touch his brother? Du Xiaofu glanced at Zhangzhizhou and said softly, "I'm new here. Do you have any business with me?" TSK. Since you're new here, there's a need for us senior brothers to teach you some rules." After confirming that the other party was new, Zhangzhizhou became even more fearless. He was just a newcomer. With his status as an inner sect disciple, as long as he did not take this kid's life, nothing would happen to him even if he beat this kid until he was crippled. As his voice fell, the profound qi in Zhang Zhizhou's body surged. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the purple-robed youth in front of him looking straight at him. His gaze was inexplicably sharp and frightening, causing his heart to tremble. "All of you get lost. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." An indifferent voice came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. The continuous harassment had made Du Xiaofu truly angry. He was afraid that if he did not truly intimidate them today, there would be endless trouble in the future. The strong were respected and the weak were bullied. This was one of the rules of survival in the ancient heaven sect. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, several gazes rippled with surprise. Even Gu Zhangyu, who was beside Du Xiaofu, instantly changed his expression. He slightly raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. This was the inner sect disciple Zhang Zhizhou and the inner sect's bronze ranking expert, Yu Tianyu. This little junior brother, named Du Xiaofu, actually did not place them in his eyes. At this moment, the expression in the eyes of the youth in embroidered clothes gradually changed. It began to become a little gloomier without leaving a trace. I've seen many new students like you. You'll be fine in the future once you know some rules. As his gloomy voice sounded, everyone could hear the suppressed anger in Zhang Zhizhou's voice. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with a sharp chill. The profound qi in his body immediately surged. Like an afterimage, he rapidly charged towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! At this moment, Zhang Zhizhou did not underestimate his opponent. He knew the strength of his younger brother. Since the latter was able to send him flying with a slap, he was definitely an expert. Therefore, the peak of the perfect martial marquis stage, which was only a step away from the martial king stage, whistled and fluctuated. It collapsed space, causing people's hearts to tremble. Bright Eye Fist. Profound qi surged and symbols flickered. Zhang Zhizhou clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. The mysterious rune energy in front of his fist immediately swept out like a wave, rolling and surging, sweeping in all directions. This Zhang Zhizhou was indeed worthy of being an inner sect disciple at the peak of the perfect martial marquis stage. Although his cultivation was at the perfect martial marquis stage, his strength was probably only at the initial stage of the martial king stage in the outside world. The terrifying aura of the fist made one's heart tremble inexplicably. In an instant, it swept in front of Du Xiaofu. It even shook Du Xiaofu's purple robe, causing it to flutter incessantly. Humph! At this moment, a trace of coldness flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes. At this moment, he was somewhat angry. A dazzling symbol suddenly surged out, like a divine radiance spreading out. Suddenly, 21 array flags condensed in both of his hands. Swoosh, swoosh, the 21 array flags, which were spreading out astonishing fluctuations, immediately wrapped up the space in front of them with lightning speed and trajectory. The profound mysteries were tightly connected, turning into a dazzling symbol light pillar and disappearing. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly trembled, and their faces changed greatly. Even the youth in embroidered clothes was no exception. His eyes were instantly filled with shock. At this moment, when Zhang Zhizhou saw the 21 array flags appear in Du Xiaofu's hands, his eyes fiercely narrowed. Condensing 21 array flags. This was a genuine 6-star talisman master. Was this really a newcomer? If he had known that his opponent was at this level of cultivation, he would definitely not have the courage to make a move. Oh no, it's a 6-star talisman master. Shocked voices rang out one after another. The youths of the Crouching Tiger Society immediately fled. If they were to be trapped in a 6 stars initial ascension symbol array, they knew very well what the consequences would be. Even a martial king initial ascension symbol array could forget about escaping. Boom! At this moment, the people of the Crouching Tiger Society still wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The entire space was rumbling and trembling, and dazzling symbols spread out in the air. In a short moment, an astonishingly huge array was condensed in the sky, immediately covering the surrounding space. The faint, terrifying pressure from the array made one's heart tremble. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, many of the ancient heaven sect's disciples nearby felt the huge commotion and immediately looked over. Then, figures immediately flew over. Awu, awu. The array symbols surged in the sky, and an endless amount of energy light twisted and condensed in the array. In the end, it turned into many demonic wolf shadows. The demonic wolf shadows were surging with power, as if they were alive, and filled with a ferocious aura. The demonic wolf shadows shuttled back and forth in the array, roaring ferociously and releasing a ferocious pressure. Bang, bang, bang! Inside the array, the space was chaotic. It seemed that there were people attacking with all their might, but it was useless. They could not break the array at all. Today's update is complete. Chapter 600. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. However, the attacks did collide with the surface of the talisman array. Dazzling runic energy storms shot into the sky and scattered in all directions, forming circles of energy ripples that spread out in the air. After reaching a certain point, they automatically disappeared. This scene did not last for long, but in a short period of time, it attracted many people around the talisman array. They all looked at the terrifying 6-star beginner level talisman array in shock. Awoo! The phantom of the demon wolf shuttled back and forth, then disappeared. When everything calmed down in the chaotic space, many figures appeared before the eyes of many onlookers. It's Bronze ranking UTNI. It's Zhang Zhizhou and the others from the Crouching Tiger Society. The onlookers were shocked. Someone immediately recognized UTNI, Zhang Zhizhou and the others. Poochie Poochie! At the same time, the 30 or so members of the Crouching Tiger Society, in order of strength, all spat out blood from their mouths. Then their figures fell to the ground like cotton. Finally, it was Zhang Mingzhou, Zhang Zhizhou, and UTNI. One figure after another lay limply on the ground, dripping with blood. At this moment, their pale faces were filled with fear and shock. They could not even get up. Only they themselves knew that not only were their internal organs heavily injured, but even their souls were also injured. This was the most serious injury. At this moment, perhaps they finally understood what kind of existence they had provoked today. Although their opponent was a newcomer, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. A beginner 6-star formation master. If they had known his cultivation and strength, they would not have dared to find trouble with him. They would have avoided him as soon as possible. A beginner 6-star formation master. Gu Zhanyu was shocked. Just now he had been standing beside Du Xiaofu. At this time he was still in shock. Originally he thought that he was unlucky this time. He didn't expect that this scene would happen in the end. The so-called newcomer beside him turned out to be a 6-star array master. Let's go! Du Xiaofu gestured to Gu Zhanyu. He didn't pay any more attention to the people lying on the ground. His purple robe flicked, and he swaggered off with his hands clasped behind his back. He believed that with this deterrence, even if he were to run into trouble in the Ancient Heaven sect, it would be a lot less troublesome. When Gu Zhanyu heard this, he was still in shock for a while before he came back to his senses. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was already far away, he immediately chased after him. Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him before? That purple-robed young man is actually a 6-star beginner talisman master. I don't think I've heard of him before. Looking at the young man with the purple broadsword on his back sleeve, the surrounding people immediately started to whisper as they tried to guess the young man's identity. With the purple-robed youth's age, he was already a 6-star talisman master. Among the younger generation of the ancient Sky Sect, there were probably only a handful of people like him. Senior Du, I didn't expect you to be a 6-star talisman master and an array talisman master. Senior Du, how did you cultivate? It's so terrifying. It's incredible. Senior Du, how did you come to the ancient Sky Sect? Along the way, Gu Zhanyu was shocked and asked a lot of questions to Du Xiaofu. However, it seemed that he did not get a definite answer from Du Xiaofu. In the end, he could only give up. However, his eyes were full of admiration for Du Xiaofu. He even called Du Xiaofu Senior Du Xiaofu. Among the same generation, strength was the most important. This was generally the case, unless there were special circumstances. Senior Du, Tianmu Peak is just ahead. I can only send you up to here. Further ahead is the inner sect disciple area. Inner sect disciples can enter the outer sect disciple area at will, but outer sect disciples are not allowed to enter the inner sect disciple area. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. Gu Zhanyu pointed to a huge mountain on the left among the towering peaks in front of them and said to Du Xiaofu, "Thank you." Du Xiaofu smiled at Gu Zhanyu. "That's the inner sect disciple area. Do you want to go into?" Gu Zhanyu seemed to have just remembered that Du Xiaofu was also an outer sect disciple. "Someone told me to go. I think it shouldn't be a problem," Du Xiaofu said. "Is that so?" Gu Zhanyu's eyes moved. At this time, he could only think that Du Xiaofu really had a background and backing in the Manchu. Otherwise, how could he enter the Manchu at this time and even dare to seriously injure Yu Tianyu and the others? Gu Zhanyu did not think too much about it and left. Du Xiaofu watched Gu Zhanyu leave and continued to walk along a wide stone path. Not far away, he encountered a group of young men and women. They seemed to be carrying out some mission. When they saw that Du Xiaofu was unfamiliar, they naturally questioned him. When Du Xiaofu said that Elder Gu Qingyang had told him to go to Tianmu Peak, although the young men and women were suspicious, they did not stop him and immediately let him go. They even gave Du Xiaofu a shortcut and told Du Xiaofu that if he had something to do in the Manchu, he could fly in the Manchu. However, ordinary outer sect disciples did not have the ability to fly in the Manchu. Inner sect disciples were an exception, with someone giving him directions and even telling him that he could fly. Du Xiaofu smoothly arrived at the foot of Tianmu Peak. It was a huge mountain peak, but it seemed to be located in a quiet place in the Manchu. The surroundings were quiet, and on the mountain peak there were many buildings hidden in the greenery. When Du Xiaofu leaped onto the mountain peak, it was already dusk. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun shrouded the mountain peak. The setting sun shone on a simple and elegant courtyard with an ancient aura on the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu appeared outside the courtyard and sized up the simple and elegant courtyard. A figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes. It was an old man in his 60s. He was wearing a plain robe, and there were traces of spatial fluctuations around him that were difficult to detect. Martial Emperor Realm. When Du Xiaofu saw this old man, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The aura emitted from this old man was not inferior to that of Vice Dean Zhuge Changbang. He was definitely at the Martial Emperor Realm. "Who are you? Why have you come to Tianmu Peak?" The old man was also sizing up Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was unable to detect Du Xiaofu's specific aura. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Disciple Du Xiaofu, Master, Elder Gu Qingyang asked me to come." Du Xiaofu bowed and replied, "So you are junior brother." When the old man heard that, his expression changed. Then a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "We have been guessing when Master would accept a junior brother for us. It seems like it is you. Where is Master? Has he returned?" Master seems to have gone to look for sect leader. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in front of him and asked curiously, "You are?" The old man smiled and said, "My name is Yu Wanli. I'm your third senior brother. Strictly speaking, there's still a senior sister and 3 senior brothers above you. It's just that they aren't in the sect right now. If there's a chance in the future, you guys will meet again. Greetings, third senior brother." Just now, Du Xiaofu had already guessed the other party's identity in his heart. However, he did not expect his third senior brother to be so old. "You are welcome. Master is not back yet. Come in and have a rest. I will bring you around to familiarize you with this place. You will be staying here in the future." The old man was very warm and kind like an elder brother. Then he brought Du Xiaofu to familiarize himself with Tianmu Peak. From his third senior brother Yu Wanli, Du Xiaofu found out that Tianmu Peak was the territory of Master Gu Qingyang. From his tone, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that Master Gu Qingyang's position in the Manchu was not low. Yu Wanli was curious about how Du Xiaofu had been accepted by Master. Du Xiaofu did not know how to explain, and only gave a rough explanation. Naturally, he did not mention anything about the assessment area. Therefore, Yuanli was quite surprised. However, he did not ask any further. Night gradually fell. Master Gu Qingyang had not returned yet. Under Yu Wanli's arrangements, Du Xiaofu temporarily settled down in a quiet room in the courtyard. The room was very clean. Although no one had stayed in it for a long time, it was still very clean. It was probably cleaned frequently. Moonlight shrouded the courtyard. Standing on Tianmu Peak, the surroundings were shrouded in clouds. It was like a fairyland. Du Xiaofu's figure stood on the peak, looking at the bright moon that was like a jade plate, thinking about the recent events. After a long time, he murmured softly, "Father, Mother, Xiaojing, Little Qing, Little Demon Du, Little Tiger." Late at night, Du Xiaofu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. This time, entering the ancient heaven sect, one of the 9 great powers of the Central Plains, might be an opportunity for him. He must become a true expert as soon as possible. Walala! A moment later, Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed and began to breathe. His body was enveloped in a circle of faint white light. The light became more and more dazzling. Finally, it was like a white divine light that enveloped his entire body. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun shone. The mountains were faintly discernible under the white sky. Then the red sun rose. The mountain peaks, cliffs, and steep rocks were dyed red by the rays of the morning sun. It was exceptionally magnificent. Huff! A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his throat. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seals and stopped his breathing. He felt that the spiritual force in his Naiwan palace was becoming more and more solid. Under the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method, it seemed that he was about to have a breakthrough in the cultivation of a spirit symbol master. However, this sign of a breakthrough in the spirit symbol master realm seemed to be hindered by the temporary stagnation of his martial path. Chapter 601. Yu Wanli hand over the person. At this moment, a loud shout came from Tianmu Peak. Du Xiaofu, who was in his room, could faintly hear it. Du Xiaofu frowned. He did not know what was going on. However, he was currently on Tianmu Peak. Tianmu Peak was his master Gu Qingyang's territory. Naturally, he had to go and take a look. When Du Xiaofu went outside, he saw third senior Yuanli facing several figures. The one in front was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. His aura was definitely above the martial emperor realm. He was arguing with third senior Yuanli about something. Behind the old man in his 60s, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly flickered. He saw 2 familiar figures. It was Zheng Zhizhou, who was severely injured by him yesterday, and another young man called Yu Tianyo. Seeing Yu Tianyo and Zheng Zhizhou, Du Xiaofu already knew why they were here. Instead, a youth in short clothes beside Yu Tianyo and Zheng Zhizhou attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. This youth looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. When he was serious, he was like a cold star. His straight nose was as cold as ice. The side of his face was as sharp as a knife. His features were clear and handsome. Yu Wanli hand over the person. I found out that the kid came to Tianmu Peak. The old man's voice was very loud. He looked as if he was here to vent his anger. His eyes were bright, and he was wearing a plain robe. He did not have a good attitude towards Yu Wanli. Yu Wanli had a smile on his face the whole time. No matter how much the old man roared, he just smiled and said, "Elder Kong, the person you're looking for is indeed on my Tianmu Peak. However, if there's anything, you can talk to my master. Yu Wanli, don't use Elder Qingyang to pressure me. Now that Elder Qingyang is not here, you are in charge of Tianmu Peak. You have to hand over the person." The person called Elder Kong was still unwilling to give up. His aura was overbearing. After sizing up Yu Wanli for a short while, Du Xiaofu directly walked to Yu Wanli's side. He nodded and bowed, but did not say anything. As for the old man and Yu Tianyi and the others, Du Xiaofu acted as if he didn't see them at all. "Little junior brother, you go back first. When Yu Wanli saw Du Xiaofu, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. Master, that's him. At the same time, Yu Tiano and Zheng Zhizhou immediately recognized Du Xiaofu. There was still some lingering fear in their eyes, but at this moment, they seemed to have found the most stable backing. They immediately pointed at Du Xiaofu. When he heard this, Elder Kong's gaze immediately stared intently at Du Xiaofu. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Looking at Du Xiaofu's age, it seemed that he was even younger than he had imagined. From the two disappointing disciples, Elder Kong already knew some things. His 2 disciples and 30 over outer sect disciples were all injured by a new disciple called Du Xiaofu. That new disciple was young, but he was already a 6-star soul symbol master who could set up a 6-star beginner level symbol array. When he saw Du Xiaofu, who seemed to be 17 or 18 years old, Elder Kong's heart was moved. Such a young 6-star soul symbol master, and an array symbol master at that. He naturally knew what this meant. Talent was definitely rare. If it was an ordinary disciple fight, Elder Kong would have been too embarrassed to come to Tianmu Peak and would not easily come to Tianmu Peak. However, not only were his 2 disciples seriously injured, their souls were also injured. Even if they were in the Ancient Heaven sect, it would not be easy for them to recover. They would have to pay a heart-wrenching price, and they might not even be able to recover from the injuries to their minds and souls. This was equivalent to directly affecting the future of his 2 disciples. Although a fight between fellow disciples in the Ancient Heaven sect was not a big deal, there were not many people who would be so ruthless, let alone his own disciple. Therefore, Elder Kong had come to the Heaven Eye Peak to seek justice. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Elder Kong's gaze was tightly fixed. He opened his mouth and said, "You are Du Xiaofu. Are you the one who severely injured Yu Tiano and Zheng Zhizhou?" "That's right. However, I was not ruthless. I only taught them a lesson. If I were ruthless, they would not have the chance to go back and cry." Only then did Du Xiaofu look at Elder Kong. At such a close distance, he could feel the faintly discernible aura on Elder Kong's body. He was even more shocked. Elder Kong's cultivation seemed to be slightly stronger than Third Senior Brother's cultivation. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, many people's expressions changed. At this time, even Yu Wanli was no exception. He was not very clear about the background of this junior brother. Early in the morning, he heard from Elder Kong that his junior brother had seriously injured Yu Tianyo, Zheng Zhizhou, and dozens of other people. He had some doubts in his heart. Now that he heard this junior brother admit it himself, he could not help but be a little surprised. "Du Xiaofu, what do you mean?" Listening to Du Xiaofu's words, Yu Tiano and Zheng Zhizhou's expressions became very ugly. Du Xiaofu said that they were crying. He did not put them in his eyes at all and insulted them again. When the handsome young man of 23 to 24 years old heard this, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold aura. His gaze unexpectedly fluctuated a little. "Ha ha!" Elder Kong was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. Everyone could hear the extreme displeasure in his laughter. When he stopped laughing, his face suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Boy, you have guts. According to the sect rules, you should be punished for severely injuring your fellow disciples." Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Kong. His gaze was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked directly at Elder Kong and said, "May I ask, Elder, have you investigated why they fought with me? Who was right and who was wrong?" Listening to Du Xiaofu's words, Zheng Zhizhou and Yu Tiano's pale faces became even paler. Hearing this, Elder Kong was stunned. It seemed that he did not expect the boy in front of him to be so fearless in front of him. As for the investigation, Elder Kong had already more or less figured it out. How could he not know what the inner sect disciples were like in front of the outer sect disciples? The Manchu had always turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. Elder Kong knew better than anyone what his disciples were like in front of the outer sect disciples. Furthermore, this boy was new. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu directly asked who was right and who was wrong. This made Elder Kong stunned. However, as an elder of the Ancient Heaven sect, he naturally would not be frightened by Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a low voice, "No matter who is right and who is wrong, you should not have been so heavy-handed. Elder, I was bullied for no reason yesterday. If my cultivation was a little weaker yesterday, the one who was injured today would be me. Elder, would you punish your 2 disciples?" Du Xiaofu heard this and continued to ask. Elder Kong's face suddenly stiffened. If it were his 2 disciples who had injured Du Xiaofu yesterday, he would be fine as long as he was still alive. He was just a new disciple. Even if he was crippled, as long as he was alive, nothing would happen to him. However, there were some things that everyone in the Muncha knew in secret. Everyone knew some unwritten rules and regulations. But once these things were brought out in public, it would not look good for anyone's face. Elder Kong was a little angry. This brat did not even have the slightest bit of respect in front of him. The purpose of his visit this time around was not to do anything to this brat. At most, he would just punish him a little. His main purpose was to find the Heaven Eye Peak and ask for some benefits for his 2 disciples to recover from their injuries. However, at this moment, Elder Kong was angered by Du Xiaofu's rebuttal. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy face and said, "Brat, I have to say that you are very bold." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint oppressive aura spread out from Elder Kong's body and enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! The aura spread out as if it wanted to freeze the space. A great, invisible suppressive force immediately enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, a chill suddenly surfaced in Du Xiaofu's eyes, which had been neither servile nor overbearing. This Elder Kong did not care about Du Xiaofu's status and actually wanted to attack him. There was no need to give him any face. "Elder Kong, that should be enough." At this moment, Yuanli's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A faint aura spread out from his body at the same time. There was still a faint smile on his face, as if he would never be angry. As soon as 3rd Senior appeared in front of him, Du Xiaofu immediately felt the pressure around him decrease greatly. "Yuanli, you must give me an explanation today." Elder Kong's eyes trembled as he faced Yuanli. "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?" Yuanli smiled faintly as he looked at Elder Kong. Just as his final words sounded out, his smiling face suddenly turned dark and expressionless. He looked directly at Elder Kong and said, "Elder Kong, do you think that my Heaven Eye Peak is easy to bully? Since you have come to my Heaven Eye Peak to demand an explanation, why don't you look for the sect leader to judge the consequences of your disciple offending his superior?" Elder Kong was stunned when he saw Yuanli's face suddenly change color, after which he asked doubtfully, "Offending his superior? What offending his superior?" Chapter 602. Humph. Yuanli snorted, looking straight at Elder Kong, and said in a deep voice, "Du Xiaofu is my master's most recent disciple and also my junior brother. He is master's inner sect disciple, and according to the seniority of the sect, he calls you senior brother. So naturally he is your martial uncle." After pausing for a moment, Yuanli looked at Elder Kong and said indifferently, "Your disciple offended his superior and dared to be rude to his martial uncle. Elder Kong, you have really taught your disciple well. I thought you would bring your disciple here to apologize. I didn't expect that you would want martial uncle to apologize to martial nephew. You are ignoring the sect rules and not putting the sect leader in your eyes." Elder Kong's expression kept changing as Yuanli spoke. In the end, his expression became uglier and uglier. Du Xiaofu was also slightly stunned at this moment, listening to the words of his 3rd senior brother. It seemed that as a disciple of his master, his position in the sect was extremely high, and he was of the same generation as Elder Kong. Du Xiaofu was also surprised by his 3rd senior brother, Yuanli. He always had a smile on his face and seemed like a nice guy. However, once his 3rd senior changed his expression, he wouldn't be polite at all. This kind of person was definitely not to be trifled with. Once he was trifled with, his opponent wouldn't even have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Elder Kong's expression was extremely complicated. Zhang Zhizhou and Yu Tianyo's expressions were even more interesting. When they heard that Du Xiaofu was Elder Gu Qingyang's direct disciple, their hearts trembled violently. Zhang Zhizhou and Yu Tianyo naturally knew what Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple meant. They originally thought that he was just a new disciple. If they knew that he was Elder Gu Qingyang's direct disciple, they wouldn't have dared to make a move. Elder Kong's expression was complicated. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. This Du Xiaofu was actually Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple. It would be difficult for him to get any benefits from this. My Tianmu Peak is quite lively this early in the morning. An indifferent voice came from the distant sky. When the last word fell, a white-robed old man in his 70s had already appeared in front of everyone. Under the rays of the rising sun, the mountain peak was enchanting in the clouds. His white beard fluttered in the wind, his white robe fluttered, and his white hair was half tied up and half scattered. What a sage-like appearance! Naturally, it was Elder Gu Qingyang. "Greetings, master." Yuanli and Du Xiaofu, both Elder Gu Qingyang Yuanli, and Yuanli instantly. Yuanli was relieved. With his master's arrival, Elder Gu. Yuanli, was Elder Gu Qingyang. "Greetings, Elder Gu." Elder Kong's expression changed when he saw Elder Gu Qingyang's figure. He immediately cupped his hands together and bowed. Zhang Zhizhou, Yu Tianyo, and the other disciples behind him also lowered their heads, respectfully. No need for formalities. Elder Gu Qingyang looked around. He seemed to be in a good mood. He then looked at Elder Kong and said softly, "Elder Kong, are you here at Tianmu Peak so early in the morning to see me?" Elder Kong's expression became a little awkward when he saw Elder Gu Qingyang. When Yu Wanli saw this, he untimely said to Elder Gu Qingyang, "Master, Elder Kong came to Tianmu Peak early in the morning because 2 of his disciples were injured by Junior Brother. He hopes that Master can give him an explanation." Elder Kong's expression became even more awkward when he heard this. Yu Wanli's words were unfavorable to him, but he couldn't refute it. "Oh!" When he heard this, Elder Gu Qingyang was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Du Xiaofu, then looked at Elder Kong and softly said, "Elder Kong, is this matter possible?" Elder Kong's expression was a little awkward. He lifted his head to look at Elder Gu Qingyang and smiled bitterly. "Elder Gu, it's actually not a big deal. It's just that 2 of my useless disciples were seriously injured by your new disciple. It's common for disciples to spar in the sect. I'm here to take a look. I'll leave now. "Is that so? If this matter is true, we can't let it go so easily." When he heard Elder Kong's words, Elder Gu Qingyang's rosy face instantly raised his eyebrows. His eyes narrowed as he turned to look at Du Xiaofu and said, "Xiaofu, did you injure someone?" "Yes, master." Du Xiaofu nodded. There was naturally nothing to hide in front of his master, Gu Qingyang. In fact, there was nothing to hide. "Xiaofu, you're in the wrong here. You've only just entered my sect. How could you injure a disciple of mine, and to such a serious extent?" It was unknown what Elder Gu Qingyang's intention was, but he actually secretly scolded Du Xiaofu. He then looked at Elder Kong and said, "Elder Kong, although Xiaofu is my disciple, he's still a junior in terms of age. Since this is a matter between the juniors, let them settle it themselves. According to the Manchuas rules, let them settle it at the Sky Marshal Plaza. Let's go to the Sky Marshal Plaza." When they heard this, Yu Tianai and Zhang Zhizhou's expressions became incomparably ugly. The Sky Marshal Plaza was a special place in the ancient Heaven sect. There weren't too many Mancha rules in the Sky Marshal Plaza. Things like snatching treasures and fighting could be done there. If there were any conflicts between the disciples of the ancient Heaven sect, they would also settle it at the Sky Marshal Plaza. In short, there wouldn't be any consequences as long as no one died on the Sky Marshal Plaza. At this moment, Yu Tianai and Zhang Zhizhou had already been seriously injured by Du Xiaofu when they were at their peak yesterday. now that both of them had suffered serious injuries. Wouldn't they be looking for trouble if they still went to the Sky Marshal Plaza? Elder Kong's expression was somewhat helpless. This was clearly Elder Gu Qingyang protecting his disciples. He clearly knew that his two disciples were seriously injured. Yet he still went to the Sky Marshal Plaza. Wasn't this clearly showing that he was protecting his own disciples? Looking at Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Kong could only say, "Elder Gu, my two good-for-nothing disciples are seriously injured. I'm afraid they won't be able to enter the Sky Marshal Plaza. Why don't we just let it go?" "How can we just let it go? Although Xiaofu is my disciple, he's not an exception. How can I casually injure the disciples of the Manchu?" Elder Gu Qingyang didn't seem to intend to let it go. He looked at Elder Kong and smiled. "Elder Kong, I've always been a fair person. How about this? Your two disciples are seriously injured and naturally won't be able to enter the Sky Marshal Plaza. Why don't you find someone from the same sect to replace them? You can find the strongest disciple around the same age as them and go to the Sky Marshal Plaza. As long as they win, I'll take out a mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade profound pills to give them some benefits. What do you think?" As soon as Elder Gu Qingyang finished speaking, Elder Kong, who had thought that Elder Gu Qingyang was being protective of his son, had a puzzled expression on his face. Yu Wanli, who was standing behind Elder Gu Qingyang, also had a puzzled look on his face. His master was giving away medicinal pills and Dao artifacts to that Kong fellow. A mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade mystical-level medicinal pills were shockingly valuable. It was definitely a big deal, although that Kong fellow had quite a few disappointing disciples. There were also quite a few experts among them. What made Yu Wanli even more puzzled was that his master seemed to be a different person today. If someone dared to come to Tianmu Peak to cause trouble, his master's temper would definitely be violent. How could he be so easy to deal with? This, after Elder Kong pondered for a while, he also couldn't make up his mind. He really didn't know what Elder Gu Qingyang was planning in his heart. Elder Kong knew that this Elder Gu Qingyang in front of him was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, he was a troublesome master. He was also puzzled in his heart. Why was Gu Qingyang so easy to talk to this time? "Master, why don't I replace Junior Brother Yu and Junior Brother Zheng to go to the Sky Marshal Plaza?" At this moment, the handsome young man in short clothes, who had been silent all this time, took a step forward and said to Elder Kong. The side of his face was sharp and angular, but his temperament was slightly cold. Elder Kong looked at the short-clothed young man, and his eyes secretly moved. He then slightly gritted his teeth and looked at Elder Gu Qingyang. He said, "Elder Gu, what do you think?" Elder Gu Qingyang looked at the handsome young man in short robes and smiled slightly. He then looked at Elder Kong and said, "Of course, there's no problem. This new disciple of mine is young and full of vigor. I should let him know that the Ancient Heaven sect has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. In the future, he should cultivate properly. However, Elder Kong, I took out a mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade profound realm medicinal pills. If news of this spreads, I won't have a good time." After hearing Elder Gu Qingyang's words, Elder Kong seemed to understand. He hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile, "I understand. As long as your disciple wins, I will also take out a middle-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade mysterious elixirs. I wonder if Elder Gu is satisfied? Good, it's a deal. 7 days later, we will meet at the Heaven Marshal Plaza." Elder Gu Qingyang nodded his head in satisfaction. "Elder Gu, I'm afraid 7 days won't do. The second inner sect disciple selection will be held in 7 days." Elder Kong said without a trace, "How about 3 days? 3 days later, how about we meet at the Heaven Marshal Plaza?" 3 days! Elder Gu Qingyang raised his eyebrows, then smiled slightly and said, 3 days it is. 3 days later, we will let the youngsters settle their own matters at the Heaven Marshal Plaza. Okay, I will see you in 3 days. Elder Gu, I will also take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Kong led the group of disciples to bid farewell and left. Readers who saw Xiao Yu's Weibo post should know that I pulled an all-nighter last night. I wanted to explode today, but Lenovo's computer changed its configuration and automatically shut down. As a result, I can't find the manuscript I pulled an all-night on. Even if you beat me to death, I will never buy Lenovo's book again. On average, it will automatically shut down once every 3 days. I am also a computer idiot. I just rushed out 2 chapters. Xiao Yu continued to write. Chapter 603. After watching Elder Kong and the rest leave, only then did Yu wanly turn to Elder Gu Qingyang beside him. His expression was somewhat puzzled as he said, Master, that brat just now is called Yi Xian. He became an inner sect disciple last year, and his talent can be compared to others. If my guess is correct, that brat may have already reached the mysterious martial king stage. Without a doubt, Yuanli was worried about Du Xiaofu. There weren't many rules in the Tianwu Square. If there was a chance, Yi Xian wouldn't let it go so easily and would take revenge for his fellow disciples. As for a mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade mystical-level medicinal pills, if he were to lose them, their value would still be astonishing and not a small amount. That kid isn't just in the martial king realm. He's really in the martial king realm. After hearing Wan Li's words, Elder Gu Qingyang's expression didn't change much. He didn't seem to care much about Wan Li's words. He even smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. Xiaofu, what do you think? Is there any problem? Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at Gu Qingyang. No problem. That's good. If you need any help, just look for your 3rd senior. Although your 3rd senior isn't very good, he can guide you for now. Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Du Xiaofu. Why would he care about Yi Xian, who had just reached the martial king realm? In Fertile Field City, he had seen Du Xiaofu kill martial king realm cultivators with his own eyes. 3 days later, he just showed the people of the Manchu that he, Gu Qingyang, had taken in another good seedling. I see that your weapon is a sword. Here is a sword manual called the Bright Saint Sword Manual. It's a bit different from ordinary sword skills. It was created by an expert of the Ancient Heaven sect who spent his entire life in a secret place. Unfortunately, I've only cultivated for 100 years, and I think I've only scratched the surface. Take it and cultivate. If there's anything you don't understand, come and look for me. After saying that, Elder Gu Qingyang handed an ancient scroll to Du Xiaofu. There were mysterious engravings on it, and an ancient aura spread out. Bright Saint Sword Manual. Looking at the ancient scroll in Gu Qingyang's hand, Yu Wanli was surprised. Wasn't his youngest junior brother a spirit talisman master? He was wondering why his master had taken in a spirit talisman master as a disciple. Seeing his master give his junior brother the Bright Saint Sword Manual, Yu Wanli was even more surprised. This was a treasure of the Ancient Heaven sect. It might be a bit exaggerated to call it the sect's treasure, but in the Manchu, this Bright Saint Sword Manual definitely had a high status. Ordinary inner sect disciples didn't have the qualifications to cultivate it. He didn't expect his youngest junior brother to be given the Bright Saint Sword Manual by his master as soon as he entered the Manchu. Du Xiaofu didn't stand on ceremony and took the ancient scroll from his master, Gu Qingyang. He could feel the aura of the Bright Saint Sword Manual. It seemed to be from ancient times, but its aura was extraordinary. It shouldn't be an ordinary item. Also, I have a piece of bad news for you. Becoming my disciple will be relatively troublesome, so you must win in the Heaven Martial Plaza. I've talked to the sect master. If you want to become my disciple, you must pass a test. It just so happens that you're going to the Heaven Martial Plaza in 3 days. If you win, you can also take the test. At that time, the sect master won't have anything to say. Elder Gu Qingyang said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, under Elder Gu Qingyang's arrangement, Du Xiaofu could choose a room on the Heavenai Mountain or choose a mountain peak nearby as his cultivation ground. In the Ancient Heaven sect, Only a few inner sect disciples had the qualifications to have a mountain peak as their own cultivation ground. Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate. He thought that it would be safer for him to cultivate in the future. Naturally, he chose a mountain peak as his cultivation ground. Then, with third senior brother Yu Wanli's introduction and guidance, Du Xiaofu chose a mountain peak not far from the Heavenai Mountain as his cultivation ground. The mountain peak was called Ancient Rock Peak. It originally had a courtyard built with rocks and wood from ancient trees. Although the courtyard was clean, it took Du Xiaofu a day to clean it inside and out. On this day, Du Xiaofu didn't just simply tidy up the place where he lived. For safety reasons, Du Xiaofu even set up some formations and seals around the mountain peak. In any case, Du Xiaofu was publicly known as a talisman master in the ancient Heaven sect. He wasn't afraid of people knowing that he cultivated both martial arts and talisman arts. In a colossus like the ancient Heaven sect, there were definitely many people who cultivated both martial arts and talisman arts. At dusk, on the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu looked at the courtyard that he had personally cleaned and the surrounding scenery. In particular, in front of the courtyard, on the cliff of the mountain peak, there was an ancient camphor tree that was probably over 100 years old. Under the illumination of the sunset, its lush leaves shone brightly. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. A moment later, third senior apprentice brother Yuan Li personally delivered a lot of daily necessities. When he felt the traces of the formation and restrictions on Ancient Rock Peak, he was secretly moved. He enthusiastically explained a lot of things before leaving. Third senior brother was extremely enthusiastic. In the morning, third senior brother was extremely protective of him, which made Du Xiaofu feel quite warm in his heart. At night, on the bed in the room, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. In his hand, he took out the bright saint sword manual that his master Gu Qingyang gave him in the morning. Hula! An ancient aura rippled as the sword manual opened. Du Xiaofu's mind peered in, and a dazzling talisman rune immediately spread out. In a short moment, a dazzling light enveloped Du Xiaofu. Waves of dazzling talisman rune fluctuations condensed into sword shadows, and then swept into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows like a spirit snake. The dazzling talisman rune was dazzling. Du Xiaofu had already closed his eyes. At this time his mind was in a misty place. There was a hazy illusory figure holding a long sword in his hand. The illusory figure condensed a sword technique, and the sword was slightly pushed forward. The tip of the sword trembled, and it seemed to be stabbing left and right. The sword light swept out, sometimes slashing straight, sometimes slashing horizontally, and sometimes lifting up the sword. The long sword trembled, and sword light scattered in all directions, enveloping the space. The sword light swept out, and there was no energy fluctuation. It was just a move, but the sword technique was extremely exquisite and mysterious. Du Xiaofu's mind observed the sword technique, and he was immediately attracted and immersed in it. At night, the sky was covered by the curtain of night, and the moon was bright and the stars were few. In a courtyard on a mountain peak, Elder Kong was sitting upright. He looked at a young man in short clothes in front of him and said, "You've already seen the one called Du Xiaofu. What do you think?" The young man in short clothes had a cold temperament. Hearing this, his eyes slightly raised on his handsome face, and he said to Elder Kong, "Master, that Du Xiaofu shouldn't be weak. He's just a talisman master. As long as we don't give him any chance, it won't be too difficult to defeat him." "That's good." This time, Elder Gu took out a mid-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade mysterious elixirs. "Yixian, you can't be careless." Elder Kong looked at the young man in short clothes, Yixian, and smiled faintly. He said, "That kid's talent is extraordinary. At such a young age, he's already a 6-star talisman master. However, in the hands of Elder Gu, I'm afraid that he won't be able to accomplish anything in the future. Elder Gu is famous." "Huh. The bright moon hung in the sky like a jade plate. The moonlight shone in the sky, illuminating the mountains. In the courtyard, the mysterious light of the talisman that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body gradually disappeared. The scroll of the bright Saint Sword Manual in front of him also dimmed, and the ancient aura disappeared. Chi! After a moment, Du Xiaofu's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. Light flickered in his eyes, and there was shock in his eyes. From the bright Saint Sword Manual, Du Xiaofu could be said to have the most direct understanding of the bright Saint Sword Manual. The sword skills in the bright Saint Sword Manual were extremely different from ordinary sword skills. The sword skills in the bright Saint Sword Manual did not have any ranks. There were a total of 6 sword skills, and within the 6 sword skills, there were countless small moves. The 6 sword skills were all pure sword skills. In a battle between cultivators, generally speaking, when there was a great disparity in strength between the two, the stronger side would be able to suppress and kill their opponent with their tyrannical strength. Strength can defeat 10. That included absolute strength was enough to sweep away everything. Absolute strength was also the most fundamental. However, if there was not much difference in strength between two people, and even the level of their weapons were not much different, then the final deciding factor would often be martial skills. To any cultivator, martial skills were extremely important. The higher the rank of a martial skill, the stronger its might would be. However, if one's cultivation was low, it would be difficult to cultivate a high-rank martial skill. At that moment, the 6 sword skills in the bright Saint Sword Manual did not have any ranks. They were only 6 simple sword skills, but they were infinitely profound and had a myriad of variations. Du Xiaofu even had a faint feeling that the 6 sword skills seemed to give him a hazy feeling of déjà vu. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not think of anything. Comprehend and train. Thinking about how his weapon had always been the Tyrant's Shadow and how he had not practiced any sword skills for quite some time, Du Xiaofu felt that the bright Saint Sword Manual was very suitable for him. Thus, he immediately continued to comprehend the bright Saint Sword Manual. The next day, the Ancient Heaven sect was as usual. However, there was a piece of news that spread through the sect. It shocked many disciples, and even the upper echelons of the Ancient Heaven sect. It was said that Elder Gu Qingyang had recently accepted a new disciple. 3 days later, he would fight Yi Xian on the Heaven Martial Plaza. This battle was not simple. It even made Elder Gu and Elder Kong both take out a mid-quality Dao artifact and 2 king-grade profound level medicinal pellets as wagers. Chapter 604. Once this news spread, along with the news that Zhang Zhizhou and Yu Tiano, who was on the bronze ranking, had been seriously injured by the new disciple's 6-star beginner level symbol array, it immediately attracted a lot of attention within the Ancient Heaven sect. There weren't many disciples in the Ancient Heaven sect who knew about Elder Gu's new disciple, so they didn't know much about him. However, there weren't many people in the Manchu who didn't know about Elder Kong's disciple, Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a famous existence within the sect. Yi Xian had already become an inner sect disciple during the test a year ago. He had always been ranked in the top 30 on the bronze ranking and could be said to be an outstanding talent. He was the focus of the Manchuess nurturing. Not long after Yi Xian became an inner sect disciple, he had already broken through to the Martial King initial level. Right now, there were some Manchu disciples who guessed that Yi Xian might have even reached the Martial King mysterious level. As everyone was curious, Du Xiaofu's identity was also found out. However, other than knowing that Du Xiaofu was a 6-star soul symbol master and that he had used a 6-star beginner level symbol array to seriously injure Yu Tiano, Zhang Zhizhou, and several other members of the Crouching Tiger Society, no one knew anything else. A couple of elders and middle-aged burly men were seated in a hall within a quiet courtyard. Their expressions were a little grave. At the head of the hall, an old man who looked to be in his 50s stroked his long, gray-white beard. His gaze was serious as he said, "That young man called Du Xiaofu wouldn't be the brat who took first place back then, right?" Could it be that Elder Qingyang has already accepted that brat? It's very likely. I've already asked around. That young man, called Du Xiaofu, carries something that looks like a broadsword on his back. It's extremely similar to the brat who appeared in the test area back then. It's most likely that he's that brat. Another burly man in plain clothes who looked to be in his 50s said softly. His bright and spirited eyes flickered secretly. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. These two people were Elder Husanquin and Elder Changmingze, who had seen Du Xiaofu from afar during the Ancient Heaven Sect's Outer Sect disciple assessment. There were several other people in the hall at this time. They were also some of the powerhouses of the Ancient Heaven Sect who had been in the assessment area. When the time comes, we'll go and take a look as well. If it's really that brat, we can't let Elder Qingyang ruin him. Elder Husanquin's eyes flickered as if he was plotting something. Elder who? What do you mean? A long-robed elder asked Husanquin. Hearing this, Elder Husanquin chuckled and said, I heard that the sect leader did not agree to Elder Qingyang immediately accepting a disciple. I reckon that the sect leader also suspects that Du Xiaofu is the brat who appeared in our assessment area back then. He is worried that Elder Qingyang will destroy another good seedling when the time comes. If that's the case, we still have a chance. Let's take advantage of the fact that no one else knows. Hearing this, the expressions of the several elders, led by Elder Changmingze, changed slightly as a knowing smile appeared in their eyes. A group of mountains stood tall. On a huge mountain surrounded by mountains and clusters of peaks, the surroundings were lush and verdant. Within the mountain streams, the sound of gurgling water could be heard, showing an exuberant vitality. Clouds and mist lingered around the mountain peak. In the distance, thousands of mountains rose and fell, magnificent and boundless. On the mountain peak, in front of the steep mountain peak, looking from top to bottom, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. It was so dark that one couldn't see anything. Only mist like water vapor flowed inside. In front of the cliff, there was a 7-foot-tall middle-aged man. His figure was thin, but appeared slender and sturdy. He wore a green robe embroidered with green patterns. The robe was turned up, and his long black hair was neatly combed into a bun. A few strands of hair hung down from his ears. The green robe and black hair appeared elegant under the breeze of the mountain peak. Set off by his tall and slender figure, there was a hint of elegance in his dignified appearance. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. Father, on the mountain peak, a delicate voice slowly fell, and then a beautiful figure slowly descended. The beautiful figure was wearing a moon-white and pink brocade dress. On the hem and cuffs of the dress, there were light yellow flower patterns, which added a bit of cuteness. The light pink gauze cloak was draped over her shoulders, and there was a pinkish-white belt around her waist. It accentuated her well-proportioned figure, and her slender waist was so slim that it could not be held in one hand. The beautiful figure slowly walked over. She wore a pair of embroidered flower shoes with soft fox fur sewn around them. On her jade-like wrists, there were 2 shining white bracelets. When they collided with each other, they emitted a pleasant sound, making her appear even more adorable. The middle-aged man turned his head around. He was around 40 to 60 years old, with a handsome face and a heroic spirit. His skin faintly glowed, and his eyes flashed with 1,000 types of deep light. Looking at the beautiful figure that had arrived, his eyes immediately revealed a smile as he said, "Mu-ha, why are you here? The second round of competition is in a few days. Are you ready?" "I've long since been prepared. Although those few of them are very powerful, I'm not afraid." The beautiful figure was a young girl around 18 or 19 years old. She looked at the middle-aged man and slightly raised her beautiful face. Within her lively eyes, her pupils were actually suffused with a faint purple color, fluctuating with intelligence and charming luster. Her small mouth was slightly pouted, and her cherry lips were smeared with a faint pink color like honey. Her silky black hair casually fluttered around her slender waist. What a cute and beautiful young girl. It was enough to dazzle people and make them fall head over heels in admiration. Little girl, you've been living in your grandmother's house all these years. You only came back recently to participate in the examination. Don't underestimate them. They are very strong. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, but his deep glass-like eyes showed that he had some confidence in the woman in front of him. The cute girl pursed her lips and smiled. Then she pulled the middle-aged man's arm and said, "Father, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about Mother?" "Little girl, you're so mischievous. What do you know?" The middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face. He extended his hand and lightly scratched the tip of the girl's delicate nose. His eyes were filled with love. Then the expression in his eyes changed slightly, and he said to the girl, "Let me tell you something. Recently, your martial uncle plans to take in another disciple. His talent may be extraordinary." "Martial uncle wants to take in another disciple? Isn't this a waste?" Hearing this, the girl's beautiful eyes suddenly twitched. She was extremely surprised. "Little girl, what are you talking about? If your martial uncle finds out, he'll definitely come after you." The middle-aged man smiled. "Martial uncle won't bear to come after me." The girl pouted and said, "If martial uncle really wants to take in a disciple, then let him. If he's pissed off, I'm afraid you'll have a headache too." "I have a headache right now." The middle-aged man bitterly smiled and said, "Let me take a look first." "Okay, don't think about those headache-inducing things. Accompany me for a walk." The girl coquettishly pulled the middle-aged man's arm. Her faint smile was enough to make people fall in love with her. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the Heaven Martial Square, Yixian was going to fight with Elder Gu Qingyang's new disciple. Moreover, there were mid-grade Dao tools and king-grade mysterious pills as the stakes. This not only attracted the attention of many disciples of the Manchu, but also many elders, protectors, deacons, and other people. 3 days later, in the early morning after dawn, the light and darkness separated. The light gathered in the sky. The thick clouds covered the sky. Then, the light broke through the clouds, causing cracks to appear. Rays of rose-red silver light burst out. Then the sky brightened. The Heaven Martial Square was vast. It was surrounded by continuous mountains. It was located in a vast valley. Perhaps a lot of mountains were flattened in order to create such a vast square. It was large enough to accommodate the bodies of tens of thousands of beasts. As far as the eye could see, people couldn't help but be shocked. Early in the morning, many people gathered around the Heaven Martial Square. It was densely packed and bustling with noise. What's the background of that Du Xiaofu? He actually dares to fight with Yixian. To be accepted as a disciple by Elder Gu Qingyang, I'm afraid he's not simple. Being able to arrange a 6-star beginner rune array means that he's definitely not an ordinary person. However, Du Xiaofu is a talisman master. As long as Yixian doesn't give him a chance, this kind of one-on-one battle will definitely be extremely disadvantageous for a talisman master. Let's wait and see the final result. I want to see how extraordinary he is to be accepted as a disciple by Elder Gu Qingyang. I feel that he shouldn't be too extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Elder Gu Qingyang as his master. Although Elder Gu Qingyang's status is high in the Ancient Heaven sect, who doesn't know that the disciple under Elder Gu Qingyang is TSK? Discussions rang out one after another, causing the Heaven Martial Square to be in an uproar. Usually, the Heaven Martial Square would be filled with the sounds of fighting early in the morning. But today, everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding as they waited for the two people to appear. Today, Yixian and the legendary Du Xiaofu were the main characters of the Heaven Martial Square. On a quiet mountain peak, early in the morning, the surroundings were shrouded in clouds and occasionally revealed mountain rocks. It was like a fairyland. Whoosh, whoosh! A purple-robed youth that seemed to be 17 or 18 years old had a resolute face. His eyes were clear and deep as he leaped around. Hand seals were formed in his hands as his index and middle fingers came together. drawing out streaks of sword light. Using his fingers as a sword, he seemed to be cultivating a set of sword techniques. Streaks of sword light were faintly discernible on Du Xiaofu's fingertips. Profound energy fluctuated as the sword light flashed out arcs, as if a longsword was displaying a sword technique. However, the sword technique didn't carry any aura, as if it couldn't resonate with profound energy. It shouldn't be like this. It doesn't seem right. It shouldn't be like this. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seals as he stood quietly with a face filled with doubt. His gaze was dull for a long time, as if he was pondering about something. Chapter 605. In the past 3 days, Du Xiaofu had been comprehending the sword manual. However, the more he comprehended the Bright Saint sword manual, the more confused Du Xiaofu became. He also felt that the Bright Saint sword manual was vast and mysterious. Du Xiaofu was also shocked. The ancestor of the ancient heaven sect, who could create the Bright Saint sword manual, was definitely not a simple person. As Du Xiaofu comprehended every move and stance of the sword technique, his heart and mind trembled. The more he comprehended, the more Du Xiaofu felt that the sword moves were familiar to him. However, he felt that he was unfamiliar with them. The profound sword moves seemed simple, but they contained everything. There were a few sword moves that Du Xiaofu felt that he was about to master. However, all of a sudden, he felt that they were completely unfamiliar. He felt that he was comprehending the wrong sword moves. There were a total of 6 sword moves, and they contained endless possibilities. However, they also seemed to have traces of the knife and hammer techniques. They were extremely profound. For the past 3 days, Du Xiaofu had been immersed in comprehending the Bright Saint sword manual. But now that he thought about it, Du Xiaofu felt that he didn't seem to have comprehended anything. Everything that he had comprehended seemed to have been forgotten in an instant without a trace. Junior brother, why haven't you left yet? It's time to go to the Sky Marshall Plaza. Just as he was pondering, Du Xiaofu heard his third senior brother, Yuan Li's voice from afar. Only 3 days. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. There was no time in cultivation. These 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! The vast Tianwu Square was bustling with noise and excitement. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. It didn't take long for the Tianwu Plaza to be filled with a sea of people. Densely packed figures surrounded the plaza. There were even quite a few inner sect disciples that appeared on the Tianwu Plaza. However, the inner sect disciples were all clustered together and were clearly separated from the outer sect disciples, occupying the most spacious area. The formation of the inner sect disciples wasn't something that the outer sect disciples could casually approach. Even the outer sect disciples didn't dare to approach. If they provoked the inner sect disciples could directly deal with them on the Sky Marshall Plaza. On the square, a young man in short robes stood quietly with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was waiting for something. His face was quite handsome, and the aura on his body was quite cold. However, it attracted the gazes of many female outer sect disciples. Yi Xian was an expert on the inner sect's bronze ranking. Being in the top 30 of the bronze ranking was enough to prove his strength and status in the Manchu. Far away from the Tianwu Square, in the surrounding mountains, there were many figures with powerful auras standing on a mountain peak. There were quite a number of people on the mountain peak. Although their auras were concealed and not leaked out, one could still feel that they were a group of extremely powerful people. Among the crowd, there was an old man in his 70s with fluttering white hair and a white beard. He was Elder Gu Qingyang. Beside Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Husan Kuan, Elder Chang Mingze, Elder Kong, and the others were among the crowd. Elder Gu, your new disciple hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that he's so scared that he doesn't dare to come? If that's the case, then I won't be polite with your middle-grade Dao artifact and 2 king-grade mysterious elixir pills. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had yet to arrive, Elder Kong revealed a smile. Elder Kong was naturally aware of the strength of his disciple, Yixian. Yixian had broken through to the mysterious level of Martial King realm some time ago. In addition to his extraordinary talent and various means, even if he encountered those rogue cultivators of the Nirvana realm of Martial King realm outside, he would be able to contend with them. Although Du Xiaofu could set up a 6-star beginner level talisman array if he were to face a cultivator of the same level, as long as he didn't have the chance to set up a talisman array, he would only be abused in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, Yixian's cultivation was 1 level higher than his. Therefore, Elder Kong was very confident that Du Xiaofu had yet to appear because he was so scared that he didn't dare to come. Bullshit! Why wouldn't my disciple come? He's just afraid that your disciple will lose too early, so he's a little late. Elder Gu Qingyang immediately shouted. He didn't give Elder Kong any face. At that moment, he couldn't help but secretly smile. His disciple had already slaughtered Martial King Nirvana realm cultivators. Now, would he be afraid of a Martial King mysterious level cultivator who had just broken through? He would cry later. When the surrounding experts heard Elder Gu Qingyang's words, they could only feel helpless. Elder Gu Qingyang seemed to have a sage-like appearance, but everyone knew that the Elder Gu Qingyang in front of them was definitely not sage-like. Swoosh, swoosh in the air, 2 figures flew over. After a few flashes, they arrived in the air. They were Yuanli and Du Xiaofu. Junior brother, the Sky Martial Plaza is below. I believe that Yixian is already waiting for you. You should be careful. After Yuanli finished speaking to Du Xiaofu, his figure leaped towards the mountain peak in front of him. Du Xiaofu nodded his head mechanically and landed on the plaza. His mind was still thinking about the sword moves in the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Chi. As Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the Sky Martial Plaza, his mind was still thinking about the Bright Saint Sword Manual. He didn't pay attention, and when he landed, he staggered and almost fell on the plaza. The people around the plaza who had arrived earlier had already waited for quite some time. Their hearts were already feeling impatient. There were also sounds of discussion. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu wouldn't dare to come to the Sky Martial Plaza and embarrass himself in front of everyone. Is he Du Xiaofu? The new disciple of Elder Gu Qingyang. So it's him? What a lucky guy. At this moment, when they saw the resolute and determined young man who suddenly landed on the plaza, many young men and women in the crowd faintly laughed. Du Xiaofu actually couldn't even stand after landing. Could he really contend against Yixian? What a powerful talisman array and restriction. Landing on the square, Du Xiaofu looked at the densely packed figures around him. All of them were young men and women who could be called geniuses in the outside world. Many of them had exceptionally powerful auras. However, what attracted Du Xiaofu's attention the most at this moment were the traces of talisman arrays and restriction energy that Du Xiaofu could feel. Under Du Xiaofu's sharp soul power, he could see that the entire Sky Martial Square was surrounded by glyph arrays and restrictions. The entire Sky Martial Square was secretly wrapped in them. These talisman arrays and restrictions weren't offensive. They were just a special defensive method. Ordinary energy attacks wouldn't be able to shake the ground of the plaza. Master, junior brother is here. Yuanli's figure landed on the mountain peak and stood respectfully behind Elder Gu Qingyang. It's that brat. It's really that brat. Following the appearance of Du Xiaofu, Elder Changmingze, Elder Husangquan, and the others' gazes suddenly trembled. However, their gazes and expressions didn't leave any trace. They pretended that they didn't know Du Xiaofu, who was on the plaza. Is that Elder Gu's new disciple? He's quite young. However, it seems that he was a little timid just now. On the mountain peak, many experts' gazes were filled with curiosity and complexity. They sized up Du Xiaofu, who was on the plaza from afar. Just now, Du Xiaofu's stumbling naturally couldn't escape the gazes of these experts. Haha, it seems that Du Xiaofu's legs are weak from fear. Elder Gu, I'm afraid that you'll lose today. Seeing that Du Xiaofu actually stumbled on the ground, Elder Kong immediately laughed loudly. In his heart, he felt that his chances of winning had increased. Bullshit, whose legs are weak. In my opinion, your disciple's heart is probably trembling from fear. If you surrender now, I won't give you the mid-grade Dao tool. What do you think? Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Elder Kong and said, Elder Qingyang is actually so nice. This isn't normal. It seems that Elder Qingyang really doesn't have the confidence to win. Hearing Elder Gu Qingyang's words, many experts' gazes immediately turned. According to their understanding of Elder Gu Qingyang was definitely not so nice. If his disciple could win, Elder Gu Qingyang would definitely not be so nice. Haha, Elder Gu, you must be joking. Everyone knows who will win and who will lose. If Elder Gu admits defeat now, I can consider not taking your 2 king-grade mysterious elixirs. However, I must take that mid-grade Dao tool. Hearing Elder Gu's words, Elder Kong returned a smile. He appeared to be extremely happy, as if victory was already in his hands. Elder Kong, what do you mean? Don't tell me that you think my disciple will lose. Elder Gu Qingyang's expression immediately showed that he was not going to let Elder Kong go. He then looked at the numerous figures around him and asked, What do you all think? Don't tell me that my disciple will lose to his disciple? This, being stared at by Elder Gu Qingyang like this, the crowd didn't know what to say for a moment. They looked at each other helplessly. In fact, everyone knew that Elder Qingyang's disciple had lost to someone else's disciple. This wasn't the first time that Elder Qingyang's disciple had lost to someone else's disciple. There was nothing strange about it. Haha, seeing this, Elder Kong laughed in satisfaction. He looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, Elder Gu, everyone knows in their hearts. There's no need to make things difficult for everyone. Your disciple is not weak, but ha ha ha. Looking at Elder Kong's laughing face, Elder Gu Qingyang snorted coldly. Then, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at the many experts around him with an ugly expression. He slightly raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, It seems that you all think my disciple will lose. A bunch of people without foresight. If you all think so, why don't I bet a few more Dao tools and king-grade elixirs with you? Today's update is complete. Chapter 606. Elder Qingyang, I'm afraid you won't have that many pills and Dao tools to compensate. An old man in a long robe looked at Elder Gu Qingyang. He suspected that Elder Gu Qingyang wouldn't have that many pills and Dao tools to compensate. Why, you don't believe me? If you dare to bet, I'll compensate you even if I have to go bankrupt. Let me tell you, my disciple will definitely win. Whoever bets will lose. Elder Gu Qingyang gritted his teeth and argued until his face turned red. When the surrounding experts saw Elder Gu Qingyang's expression, they turned to look at the purple-robed young man on the square, who was still young and had almost fallen to the ground. Their expressions all changed. All right, I'll bet. 1 mid-grade Dao tool. Finally, a blue-robed man couldn't help but place a bet. From his understanding of Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple had never won. Since Elder Gu Qingyang accepted the bet, he would be an idiot if he didn't take advantage of the situation. He decisively placed his bet. I don't have many Dao tools. I'll bet 3 king-grade mysterious pills. Hee, Elder Gu, I'll bet 1 mid-grade Dao tool and 3 king-grade mysterious pills. I still have 10 king-grade initial ascension medicinal pills. Let's bet. Following the first person's bet, many experts in the surroundings immediately became interested. Elder Gu Qingyang's confidence made the crowd even more doubtful of Elder Gu Qingyang. The main reason was that all the experts present knew that none of Gu Qingyang's disciples had ever won when they competed with others. This included his third disciple, Yuanli. You all really want to bet? Elder Gu Qingyang was stunned when he saw everyone placing their bets. He looked at everyone. Of course, I'll add a king-grade Permitha pill. Seeing Elder Gu Qingyang's expression, he seemed to be a bit flustered. The yellow-clothed old man was even more certain that even Elder Gu Qingyang himself was not confident. If he did not take advantage of the situation now, it would be difficult for him to have another chance in the future. One had to know that this was the last time Elder Gu Qingyang would accept a disciple. The sect leader had already said that Elder Gu Qingyang would only accept one disciple. Me too. I'll bet a mid-grade Dao tool. The surrounding experts all placed their bets. It seemed like they wanted to split Elder Gu Qingyang's wealth today. In the crowd, there were only a few experts, such as Husan Quinn and Yu Wanli. They didn't say anything, and they were determined not to place their bets. Although Elder Husan Quinn and the others knew that Yi Xian's cultivation wasn't weak, the strange scene in the examination area was still vivid in their minds. That purple-robed youth was too strange. He was facing a Beast Lord realm demonic beast and a 6-star initial ascension array as if they were nothing. Although Husan Quinn and the other elders couldn't be sure that the purple-robed youth would win, the outcome of the battle with Yi Xian was definitely unpredictable. This is going to be troublesome. Little junior brother, you have to work hard. Otherwise, Master will go bankrupt. Yu Wanli had been standing behind his master. Seeing his master accept so many bets, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. On the mountain peak, a bunch of experts were placing their bets fervently. On the square, Du Xiaofu also recovered from his comprehension of the Bright Saint sword manual. He looked at Yi Xian, the youth in short clothes, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Sensing Du Xiaofu's arrival, Yi Xian opened his slightly closed eyes. There was a faint chill in his eyes as he looked at the purple-robed youth in front of him with a slight smile on his face. Yi Xian's smile seemed to contain some coldness and mockery. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Kid, you must be very proud in your heart right now. You must be very amazing to be able to become Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple. Unfortunately, there will be a time when you regret it. For example, right now, Yi Xian didn't hide his mockery in his indifferent words. 3 days ago, he couldn't stand the indifferent expression on the purple-robed youth's face. He was just a newcomer. Did he think that just because he joined the ancient sky sect and became Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple, he was a generation higher than them? Yi Xian had been waiting for this day for the past few days. He wanted to defeat this purple-robed youth and let this kid know that even if he joined the ancient sky sect, he still had to rely on absolute strength. In a while, in the face of absolute strength, the purple-robed youth would reveal a look of despair and fear. Defeating Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple would add a lot of points in the Manchu. Can we start now? Yi Xian was thinking about what would happen in a while. Unfortunately, Du Xiaofu's reaction was beyond his expectations. Du Xiaofu still had the same indifferent expression. In fact, Yi Xian could even read a kind of disdain and contempt for him from this indifferent expression. This made Yi Xian's face stiffen. "Kid, I'll tell you today that even if you become Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple in the ancient sky sect, everything is based on strength. Without absolute strength, it's useless to be anyone's disciple." Yi Xian's eyes flickered coldly on his slightly stiff face. "When can we start?" Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Xian in front of him. He really wanted to finish this quickly so that he could go back and comprehend the Bright Saint sword manual. Along the way, he seemed to have comprehended something. If he was late, he might forget it again. As Du Xiaofu's voice faded, Yi Xian's face became even more unsightly. The other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. This was definitely not what he had expected. In Yi Xian's imagination, after Du Xiaofu arrived, facing his martial king mysterious realm aura, it was enough to make him tremble in fear. "As you wish, let's start now." As Yi Xian's cold words fell, his figure turned into a stream of light and directly swept towards Du Xiaofu. Behind him, the space fluctuated as waves of profound energy erupted. At this moment, Yi Xian no longer restrained his martial king mysterious realm aura and swept out. The mysterious runes on the talisman spread out and emitted an astonishing pressure to suppress Du Xiaofu. Sure enough, the Martial King mysterious realm is amazing. Looking at the imposing storm that swept out from Yi Xian's body in the middle of the square, many of the ancient heaven sect's disciples were envious and shocked. Qin Mingyin. With a light shout, Yi Xian's hair fluttered behind his back. A palm print suddenly condensed in his hand, and the faint sound of wind and thunder resounded. A terrifying palm print condensed from the mysterious runes of the talisman suddenly slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Obviously, Yi Xian knew that Du Xiaofu was a talisman array master, so he would never allow Du Xiaofu to have the opportunity to set up a talisman array. As a talisman array master, if he didn't have the opportunity to set up a talisman array, it was equivalent to half of his cultivation being crippled. In front of him, he could only be abused. Boom! The palm print rumbled and shook the space. It was like a meteorite falling. The energy caused the space to undulate, as if it wanted to destroy the space. It was terrifying. Too shameless. This is equivalent to a sneak attack. On the mountain peak in the distance, Elder Gu Qingyang cursed loudly. Yi Xian's instantaneous attack naturally couldn't escape his observation. Elder Gu, this is a contest. Don't tell me you want to have a toast first? Elder Kong didn't take it seriously and was full of smiles. Yi Xian's instantaneous attack didn't allow Du Xiaofu to set up a talisman array. It was equivalent to winning half of the battle. Rumble! The palm print collapsed and instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. The terrifying energy almost destroyed the space. The air billowed and shook people's souls. Yi Xian was at the mysterious realm of the Martial King realm. Although he had just broken through the mysterious realm of the Martial King realm as a talented person and trained by the ancient heaven sect, his strength was definitely extraordinary. It was almost comparable to the Nirvana realm of the Martial King realm in the outside world. At this moment, around the Tianwu Square, countless eyes were fixed on the purple-robed young man. They were fixated on whether the purple-robed young man could contend with Yi Xian, who was ranked in the top 30 of the bronze list. It was a long story, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. As the crowd watched, the terrifying palm print appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. At the same time, a mysterious aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. Tsk, tisk! Within Du Xiaofu's originally clear and bright eyes, waves of strange talisman patterns suddenly shot out. Then, like 1,000 rays of light, the talisman patterns overlapped with each other. Finally, like a dazzling sun, it enveloped the entire sky and spread out. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The terrifying palm print formed by Yi Xian stopped in front of Du Xiaofu the moment it was illuminated by the light in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Then the palm print dissipated. At the same time, Yi Xian's eyes, which were filled with cold stars, became dull and his face seemed to be frozen. Inside and outside, many people were watching in shock. Du Xiaofu moved. He took a big step forward as if there was nothing. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Then he raised his hand slightly and a fist print landed on Yi Xian's chest. In an instant, a shocking aura burst out. Bang, bang, bang! A low muffled sound came from Yi Xian's chest, one after another. There were a total of 13 sounds. Waves of shocking energy waves had a total of 13 layers. The layers overlapped, and the aura was almost multiplied. Like a shock wave, it finally hit Yi Xian's chest fiercely. Tsk, tsk, tisk. Yi Xian's body was a kite with a broken string. He flew away in the air and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Rumble! In the end, Yi Xian's body smashed into the ground of the square. He was drenched in blood, and the ground shook. However, the ground of the square was covered by a talisman array and restriction, so it was intact. Silence! The whole square was dead silent. Sluggish! Everyone's eyes were sluggish. Yi Xian, who was ranked in the top 30 of the bronze list and was at the mysterious Martial King realm, was sent flying with a single blow and was seriously injured. Looking at the scene in front of them, it was like a dream. Everyone's eyes were sluggish. They were tongue-tied and dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe it.